we're going to, the struggles, all the battles and the pain. We're in the fatherland, right where we belong. Let's take a journey back there to where it all began. Let's know the history of a great Nigeria. We're like a strong tree with roots so thick and deep. We know who we are, we know where we're from.
Arise, O compatriots, young historians, tell me the story now. Our history is our pride, diverse in culture. Yes, we are the future.
As we have read all the stories written down by all our elders, we will tell all the tales to our younger generation. We're like a strong tree with roots so thick and deep. We know who we are, we know where we're from.
Arise, O compatriots, young historians, tell me the story now. Our history is our pride, diverse in culture. Yes, we are the future. Arise, O compatriots, young historians, tell me the story now. Our history is our pride, diverse in culture. Yes, we are the future. Arise, O compatriots, young historians, tell me the story now. Diverse in culture. Yes, we are the future.
Young Historian Competition, the keeper of African history.
Looking at the past we're coming from tells us who we are, where we're going to, the struggles, all the battles and the pain. We're in the fatherland, right where we belong. Let's take a journey back there to where it all began. Let's know the history of a great Nigeria. We're like a strong tree with roots so thick and deep. We know who we are, we know where we're from.
Arise, O compatriots, young historians, tell me the story now. Our history is our pride, diverse in culture. Yes, we are the future.
As we have read all the stories written down by all our elders, we will tell all the tales to our younger generation. We're like a strong tree with roots so thick and deep. We know who we are, we know where we're from.
Arise, O compatriots, young historians, tell me the story now. Our history is our pride, diverse in culture. Yes, we are the future. Arise, O compatriots, young historians, tell me the story now. Our history is our pride, diverse in culture. Yes, we are the future. Arise, O compatriots, young historians, tell me the story now. Diverse in culture. Yes, we are the future.
Young Historian Competition, the keeper of African history.
Looking at the past we're coming from tells us who we are, where we're going to, the struggles, all the battles and the pain. We're in the fatherland, right where we belong. Let's take a journey back there to where it all began. Let's know the history of a great Nigeria. We're like a strong tree with roots so thick and deep. We know who we are, we know where we're from.
Arise, O compatriots, young historians, tell me the story now. Our history is our pride, diverse in culture. Yes, we are the future.
As we have read all the stories written down by all our elders, we will tell all the tales to our younger generation. We're like a strong tree with roots so thick and deep. We know who we are, we know where we're from.
Arise, O compatriots, young historians, tell me the story now. Our history is our pride, diverse in culture. Yes, we are the future. Arise, O compatriots, young historians, tell me the story now. Our history is our pride, diverse in culture. Yes, we are the future. Arise, O compatriots, young historians, tell me the story now. Diverse in culture. Yes, we are the future.
Young Historian Competition, the keeper of African history.
Looking at the past we're coming from tells us who we are, where we're going to, the struggles, all the battles and the pain. We're in the fatherland, right where we belong. Let's take a journey back there to where it all began. Let's know the history of a great Nigeria. We're like a strong tree with roots so thick and deep. We know who we are, we know where we're from.
Arise, O compatriots, young historians, tell me the story now. Our history is our pride, diverse in culture. Yes, we are the future.
As we have read all the stories written down by all our elders, we will tell all the tales to our younger generation. We're like a strong tree with roots so thick and deep. We know who we are, we know where we're from.
Arise, O compatriots, young historians, tell me the story now. Our history is our pride, diverse in culture. Yes, we are the future. Arise, O compatriots, young historians, tell me the story now. Our history is our pride, diverse in culture. Yes, we are the future. Arise, O compatriots, young historians, tell me the story now. Diverse in culture. Yes, we are the future.
Young Historian Competition, the keeper of African history.
Looking at the past we're coming from tells us who we are, where we're going to, the struggles, all the battles and the pain. We're in the fatherland, right where we belong. Let's take a journey back there to where it all began. Let's know the history of a great Nigeria. We're like a strong tree with roots so thick and deep. We know who we are, we know where we're from.
Arise, oh compatriots, young historians, tell me the story now. Our history is our pride, diverse in culture. Yes, we are the future.
As we have read all the stories written down by all our elders, we will tell all the tales to our younger generation. We're like a strong tree with roots so thick and deep. We know who we are, we know where we're from.
Arise, oh compatriots, young historians, tell me the story now. Our history is our pride, diverse in culture. Yes, we are the future. Arise, oh compatriots, young historians, tell me the story now. Our history is our pride, diverse in culture. Yes, we are the future. Arise, oh compatriots, young historians, tell me the story now. Diverse in culture. Yes, we are the future.
Young Historian Competition, the keeper of African history.
Looking at the past we're coming from tells us who we are, where we're going to, the struggles, all the battles and the pain. We're in the fatherland, right where we belong. Let's take a journey back there to where it all began. Let's know the history of a great Nigeria. We're like a strong tree with roots so thick and deep. We know who we are, we know where we're from.
Arise, oh compatriots, young historians, tell me the story now. Our history is our pride, diverse in culture. Yes, we are the future.
As we have read all the stories written down by all our elders, we will tell all the tales to our younger generation. We're like a strong tree with roots so thick and deep. We know who we are, we know where we're from.
Arise, oh compatriots, young historians, tell me the story now. Our history is our pride, diverse in culture. Yes, we are the future. Arise, oh compatriots, young historians, tell me the story now. Our history is our pride, diverse in culture. Yes, we are the future. Arise, oh compatriots, young historians, tell me the story now. Diverse in culture. Yes, we are the future.
Young Historian Competition, the keeper of African history.
Looking at the past we're coming from tells us who we are, where we're going to, just the struggles, all the battles and the pain. We're in the fatherland, right where we belong. Let's take a journey back there to where it all began. Let's know the history of a great Nigeria. We're like a strong tree with roots so thick and deep. We know who we are, we know where we're from.
Arise, O compatriots, young historians, tell me the story now. Our history is our pride, diverse in culture. Yes, we are the future.
As we have read all the stories written down by all our elders, we will tell all the tales to our younger generation. We're like a strong tree with roots so thick and deep. We know who we are, we know where we're from.
Arise, O compatriots, young historians, tell me the story now. Our history is our pride, diverse in culture. Yes, we are the future. Arise, O compatriots, young historians, tell me the story now. Our history is our pride, diverse in culture. Yes, we are the future. Arise, O compatriots, young historians, tell me the story now. Diverse in culture. Yes, we are the future.
Young Historian Competition, the keeper of African history.
Looking at the past we're coming from tells us who we are, where we're going to, just the struggles, all the battles and the pain. We're in the fatherland, right where we belong. Let's take a journey back there to where it all began. Let's know the history of a great Nigeria. We're like a strong tree with roots so thick and deep. We know who we are, we know where we're from.
Arise, O compatriots, young historians, tell me the story now. Our history is our pride, diverse in culture. Yes, we are the future.
As we have read all the stories written down by all our elders, we will tell all the tales to our younger generation. We're like a strong tree with roots so thick and deep. We know who we are.
O God of creation, direct our noble cause, guide our leaders right, help our youth the truth to know, love and honesty to grow, and living just and true, great lofty heights attained, build a nation where peace and justice reign. Thank you so much. So you can sit down. And I want to welcome every one of you to the quarterfinal stage of the Young Historian Competition 2023, live here at the International Conference Center, the prestigious University of Calabar. So this competition has started since August. We started with the intra-regional competition, then we moved to the inter-regional competition, and right now we are at the quarterfinal stage. So before we proceed, I would like you guys to watch a highlights of the intra-regional competition and the inter-regional competition before we get to this stage now. So, the media. Good morning, good afternoon, from wherever you're connected from. Walk 3.
Benin Empire.
Facilitating trade and transportation.
So today we'll gather to learn about the vibrancy and the historical brilliance of 30 exceptional. Good morning, good afternoon, from wherever you're connected from. Welcome to the maiden edition of the Young History Competition 2023.
Benin Empire.
Facilitating trade and transportation.
1861.
So today we'll gather to learn about the vibrancy and the historical brilliance of 30 exceptional young people that made it through a very rigorous process.
A. Job creation and revenue generation.
B. Nnamdi Azikiwe.
The Young History Competition is an initiative of the Restored Art Foundation. It's often said that a generation that ignores history does not know about the past and the future. We have the tie here, Joy 75, Luwafemi 75, Chukuma 75, Malawi, C, Lesotho.
A. Sierra Leone.
The score is on the scoreboard, so you can now see it.
Tell me the story now. Our history is our pride. Diverse in culture. Yes, we are the future.
As we have read all the stories written down by all of
The Historian Competition is aimed at promoting the knowledge of history among undergraduates in Nigeria, especially at a time when the young people of our country are losing touch of history.
where we're from.
Young historians, tell me the story now.
Our partners are 14 Marine Services, Alice Caris Gas Limited, DG Piper, and Career Padi. In this stage, 2 people will qualify from each region to move over to the inter-regional stage that will be happening on the 28th of August. At the end of this competition, 2 people from each region, 2 students from each region will represent the region at the inter-regional stage that will be happening on the 28th of August 2023.
Young Historian Competition.
The second stage of the Young Historian Competition 2023. I'm so excited, and I'm sure you are as excited as I am. That journey started with 30 persons at the intra-regional stage, and today we have 12 persons on the continuation of that journey. Which African country was the first to get independence from British colonial rule in West Africa?
Ghana.
South Roman Rhine.
Cairo. Alexandria.
From Southwest scored 1 point.
Kenya.
Nnamdi Azikiwe.
Learned a lot about the fact that there have been people in Nigeria for millions of years. Interesting. So to me, I was like, okay, so that's really interesting getting to know that we've had people in Nigeria for over a million, don't know how their tribe came about. Every tribe, every race have its own uniqueness, and if you don't have a proper identity or proper knowledge of where you're coming from, it's difficult for you to attach significance or value to your things.
You can join us on the 12th of September at the university for the quarter-final stage. It's going to be an interesting stage. It's going to be a public speaking stage, and we're looking forward to all the participants coming with their A game. It's really going to be very interesting. So far, it's been very amazing from the start of the competition. That's the day one of the intra-regional competition, day two. And of course, we having 12 participants that moved to this stage. And today, it was very interesting as well. And right now, we have 6 people who are moving to the quarter-final stage.
Young Historian Competition, the keeper of African history.
We find ourselves at a time in a nation where young people are losing touch of our history. And of course, you can agree with me that it's believed that any generation that do not know the history, the past, the story of the past, cannot make preparations for the future of our country. And it's important, there's a burden of responsibility on all of us, especially our generation, to redeem our nation at this time. But how are we going to do that if we don't even understand? That's what the Young Historian Competition is about, to revive the consciousness of history. The 30 participants will move from over 2,000 to 866, and from 866 we moved to 100. And with the help of an independent panelists and experts, we were able to interview the 100, and 30 students made it to the final stage of the competition. Then we went into the intra-regional competition where students from each region competed against themselves within their region, geopolitical zones of Nigeria. Then we went into the inter-regional competition, which was also the knockout stage, where each region competed against another region. And after that process, we have these 6 amazing young people that emerged from that process. And today we're going into the quarterfinal stage, which is also the public speaking stage. You're going to be hearing a lot of interesting conversations and topics about issues, national issues, historical issues that has happened in our country over the years, from the military regimes to economic planning, political instability, the violence, and the underdevelopment that we've had. They're going to be touching these topics today. There's a lot that you can learn. It's not just about these 6 participants, but it's about a whole lot of young people who are watching online, a whole lot of Africans who are watching online, and many more people who are going to watch after this competition. Because we believe that this is going to inspire that consciousness. It's going to inspire that passion to begin to learn about our history and to see the reason why we must embrace patriotism, because we cannot fail our nation. The generation that went ahead of us has failed us. It's obvious that this is not the Nigeria of our dream, but maybe it's the Nigeria of their dream. The Nigeria we want is not the Nigeria we have today. There's a Nigeria each and every one of us carries in our hearts. When I think about our country's future, I think about the role that my generation will play, because the generation that is currently ruling us has failed us. Yes, they failed us. This is not where we're supposed to be. 63 years after independence, we are still battling with underdevelopment, with a lot of resources, human capital that we have. We cannot boast of even a particular sector where we can say Nigeria has actually become, well developed in this, from education to health, infrastructure, name them. All the parameters we can use to measure human progress, there is none that we can measure up in the indices. So that responsibility is on you. So I want to urge you today, even as you're going to live here, one of the things you're going to pick is the passion, the consciousness to study our history, to immerse yourself in the study of our history, our politics, our economy. Because when young people want to rise up to take back the country, they cannot do it if they don't understand the processes, the political processes, economic processes, the things that happen. You know, a lot of things has happened that led to where we are today. We must understand those things before we can be able to think about how we can form an alliance to take this future of our country. So that's what the Young Historian Competition is about. And we're glad to be hosting this quarterfinal stage at this university. And I'm sure you are as happy as I am this morning. But I'm not seeing it in your faces. Your faces are dull. This is not how Calabar people, I've been in Calabar before, and I think I have a lot of history in this place. So I'm just surprised that we are cold today. What's happening? Great Nigerian students of the greatest Nigerian students, greatest Baba, greatest Bobo. I want to yarn. I want to talk. I want to boy. All right. Okay, right now, we have a very short commercial break, and when we come back, we're going to introduce our judges, and then we'll go into the competition proper. So stay tuned. There's a lot we have in store for you today. Apart from the intellectual conversations we're going to be having today and all the learnings we're going to learn, we still have some interesting things and packages for you today. So stay tuned, and thank you. So a very short commercial break, and when we come back.
Unsure of a career path, Lola, a plant science student, felt lost as graduation neared. Unsure of a career path, she worried she was falling behind. One day, Lola discovered Career Party, a workforce development organization connecting professionals and graduates for career advice and job opportunities. Lola joined Career Party and started connecting with industry experts and exploring different fields to gain valuable insights and connections in order to remain empowered on her career journey. After a few sessions, Lola gained clarity and confidence through Career Party. She embraced her chosen path, ready for success. Remember, finding your career path may involve exploration and change. Like Lola, don't hesitate to seek new options. Career Party is here to support your exciting journey. Download the app from Google Play Store.
We are Alice Caris Gas Limited, an indigenous end-to-end provider of gas products that focus on distribution, storage, and retailing of LPG across Nigeria. As a player in the downstream sector, our business not only involves the selling of LPG, but participating in the gas utilization plan. All 9 of our retail stations, located in 3 states across Nigeria, are driven by propane-rated generators. We not only sell LPG, our operations are powered by LPG. At Alice Caris Gas, LPG is more than a commodity. It is fuel that drives our operations in a clean and sustainable way.
Lola, a plant science student, felt lost as graduation neared. Unsure of her career path, she worried she was falling behind. One day, Lola discovered Career Party, a workforce development organization connecting professionals and graduates for career advice and job opportunities. Lola joined Career Party and started connecting with industry experts and exploring different fields to gain valuable insights and connections in order to remain empowered on her career journey. After a few sessions, Lola gained clarity and confidence through Career Party. No longer confused, she embraced her chosen path, ready for success. Remember, finding your career path may involve exploration and change. Like Lola, don't hesitate to seek new options. Career Party is here to support your exciting journey. Download the app from Google Play Store or Apple Store. Search for Career Party and click on the new app button to discover a world of resources to accelerate your professional growth today.
We are Alice Carries Gas Limited, an indigenous end-to-end provider of gas products that focus on distribution, storage, and retailing of LPG across Nigeria. As a player in the downstream sector, our business not only involves the selling of LPG, but participating in the gas utilization plan. All 9 of our retail stations, located in 3 states across Nigeria, are driven by propane-rated generators. We not only sell LPG, our operations are powered by LPG. At Alice Carries Gas, LPG is more than a commodity. It is fuel that drives our operations in a clean and sustainable way.
Lola, a plant science student, felt lost as graduation neared. Unsure of her career path, she worried she was falling behind. One day, Lola discovered Career Party, a workforce development organization connecting professionals and graduates for career advice and job opportunities. Lola joined Career Party and started connecting with industry experts and exploring different fields in order to remain empowered on her career journey. After a few sessions, Lola gained clarity and confidence through Career Party. No longer confused, she embraced her chosen path, ready for success. Remember, finding your career path may involve exploration and change. Like Lola, don't hesitate to seek new options. Career Party is here to support your exciting journey. Download the app from Google Play Store or Apple Store. Search for Career Party and click on the new app button to discover a world of resources to accelerate your professional growth today.
Much more. Yeah. We're going to Dr. Patrick. Dr. Patrick. Dr. Patrick obtained a Bachelor of Arts Honors in History and International Studies, a Master's in Nigerian History, a PhD in African/Nigerian History from the University of Calabar, Nigeria. His research interests. Yes, you can go ahead. His research interest includes intergroup relations, nation building and democratization in Nigeria, and gender issues. He has attended and presented papers in conferences with several publications to his credit in learned journals and books. He lectures in the Department of History and International Studies, University of Calabar, Nigeria. Thank you so much, Dr. Patrick. You're welcome. And now we're going to Mr. Charles Ekbo. Okay, Mr. Charles is not here. Reverend Dr. Jewel F. Young. Okay, Mr. Charles there. Please put your hands together for Mr. Charles. Charles Ekbo is a graduate of History and International Studies, the University of Calabar. He is currently running a master's program at the Institute for Peace and Strategic Studies, University of Ibadan. His research interest is in African history, strategic studies, peace and conflict studies, and nation building. He has completed several research and has published articles in both domestic and international journals, including the EU journals, Euro-American Journal, Public Policy and Administration, IJSS, and etc. He is the founder of the History for Nation Building Initiative, a one-time editor of the Legal Aid or Your Journal of Legal Issues, a research fellow for the Ambitio Foundation, a teacher, a nation builder, and a junior research fellow, the African Research Institute, Budapest. He is currently a full-time MA student and is open to research assistantship in any establishment of related interest. Please put your hands together for him. Thank you. You're welcome, Mr. Charles. And finally, we have Reverend Dr. F. Young Jewel. Reverend Dr. F. Young Jewel holds a Bachelor of Science degree in Geology, Master's in Environmental Resource Planning and Management, and a doctorate degree in Hydrogeomorphology from the University of Calabar, Nigeria. He holds another Master's in Geographical Information Systems from the University of Leicester, England, UK. He teaches research methods, statistics, hydrology and water resources management, geomorphology, geographical information systems, that's GIS, and remote sensing to both undergraduate and postgraduate students. His research interests are in geomorphometry, environmental management, and spatial analytics. He is a tent-making minister with the Presbyterian Church of Nigeria. He loves reading and preaching. Come on, put your hands together for him. You're welcome, sir. Thank you so much. Okay, right now, I would also want to introduce to you the participants today. These 6 amazing young people made it through a very rigorous process from over 2,000 applications, and now we are 6. And we're still on the journey to get who is going to be our keeper of African history. So we have Beryl Ekwele from the University of Uyo. Beryl? Thank you. We have Abdul Malik Isa Abubakar from Barano University, Kano. We have Alex Solajide from the University of Calabar. We have Luke Ido Daramola from the University of Ilorin. Then we have Rose Toyin Joy from Usman Danfodio University, Sokoto. All the way from Sokoto, she's here this morning. And then finally, we have Joy Adeboye from Adekunle Ajasin University. Can you put your hands together for them? And I hope that by next year, some of you are going to be sitting here, maybe not in this university, you're going to have another experience in another university, right? So when you keep following, okay, what are you going to do today? Can you bring out your phones? Let's do something. Bring out your phones. You can take a selfie. You post with the hashtag Young Historian Competition 2023, hashtag quarterfinals. Then search us on social media, the Young Historian Competition, and follow us on social media for more updates, because this competition has come to stay, and who knows, you might be the keeper of African history tomorrow, right? So please be kind enough to get your phone, follow us on social media platforms. And these participants, they are competing for a prize. We have a whooping prize for the winner of this competition. Okay, first you have 500,000 in scholarship. And that's not just it, this is just a tip of an iceberg. We also have an all-expense trip to Kenya. And aside that, we also, our partners, some of our partners have campus ambassadorial deals for the winner, DG Piper and Career Paddy. So that's a whole lot, right? Yeah. Today is a public speaking stage that we are in, and we have a lot of criteria that we are going to use for the judging today. And first, we look at the depth of research. The depth of research carries 40 marks or 40%. Now, under the depth of research, we're looking at the research paper. That's 10 marks. We're looking at the introduction, 5 marks. We're looking at the abstract, 5 marks. Definition, 5 marks. Theories, 5 mark. References, 5 mark. And conclusion, 5 marks, right? And then we have presentation, 10 marks. We have confidence level, how they are able to stand and face the crowd confidently to speak. We carry 5 marks. Then we have time management skills, 5 marks. Then we have defense. Our judges are going to be throwing a lot of questions to them after their presentation. So how they're able to manage that, we give them 20 marks. And then we also have the audience. So some of you are going to be voting for them at the end of this competition today. After they've all presented, we have 100 marks in total. The judges has 80 marks, and the audience have 20 marks, right? So the link is going to be displayed, and the voting is going to be in real time. As you are voting for them, it's showing. So you have a 20% say in who is going to move to the next stage of the competition, right? And so I will encourage you, when that time comes, look at them, assess them, listen to them, their confidence level, their intellectual conversation, and how they are able to manage presentation, and use that to assess them when you are voting for them. Right now, we'll go on another short break, commercial, and then when we come back, we are going to start with the first speaker for today. Stay tuned.
We are Alice Carries Gas Limited, an indigenous end-to-end provider of gas products that focus on distribution, storage, and retailing of LPG across Nigeria. As a player in the downstream sector, our business not only involves the selling of LPG, but participating in the gas utilization plan. All 9 of our retail stations, located in 3 states across Nigeria, are driven by propane-rated generators. We not only sell LPG, our operations are powered by LPG. At Alice Carries Gas, LPG is more than a commodity. It is fuel that drives our operations in a clean and sustainable way.
Lola, a plant science student, felt lost as graduation neared. Unsure of her career path, she worried she was falling behind. One day, Lola discovered Career Party, a workforce development organization connecting professionals and graduates for career advice and job opportunities. Lola joined Career Party and started connecting with industry experts and exploring different fields to gain valuable insights and connections in order to remain empowered on her career journey. After a few sessions, Lola gained clarity and confidence through Career Party. No longer confused, she embraced her chosen path, ready for success. Remember, finding your career path may involve exploration and change. Like Lola, don't hesitate to seek new options. Career Party is here to support your exciting journey. Download the app from Google Play Store or Apple Store. Search for Career Party and click on the new app button to discover a world of resources to accelerate your professional growth today.
Watching from, let us know what you feel about the quarterfinal stage of the Young Historian competition. We're here live at the prestigious University of Calabar. So for the online poll, everybody that is going to vote, a link is going to be shared, both those watching online from any part of the world and everybody here. A link will be shared so you can access the link and vote for your preferred candidate. So right now, we're going to be moving over to the first speaker for today. And our first speaker for today will be speaking on civil war and national reconciliation, discussing the Nigerian civil war and its aftermath, including national reconciliation and peace-building efforts. And that's no other person than Barry Ekwere from the University of Uyo. Please, a round of applause. Keep clapping for her as she comes up. Don't be stingy with your hands. Keep clapping, keep clapping, keep clapping.
There has been no instance of any nation benefiting from prolonged warfare. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, standing on the existing protocol. I will be speaking on civil war and national reconciliation, discussing the Nigerian civil war and its aftermath, including national reconciliation and peace-building efforts. My comprehensive study will be delving into the Nigerian civil war of 1967 to 1970. I'll be utilizing a quality method approach involving oral interviews, historical archives, and academic studies. I aim to uncover the root causes of the Nigerian Civil War, the wartime events, and of course, the multifaceted journey of reconciliation. The Nigerian Civil War, which began on the 9th of July 1967 and lasted till the 15th of January 1970, was also known as the Biafran War. Now, to set the stage, I reviewed literatures like Chinua Achebe's There Was a Country and John de St. George's The Brothers' War. This literature provides valuable insights and personal experiences of the conflict. I also reviewed some academic articles, historical archives, and PhD dissertations to enrich understanding. Now, for my methodology, I used the qualitative method approach, cross-referencing primary sources with my secondary material to provide a very multidimensional perspective on this topic. Now, for historical background, the Nigerian Civil War, which began on the 9th of July 1967 and ended on the 15th of January 1970, was a war that happened between Nigeria and the Republic of Biafra, a secessionist group
that declared themselves independent of Nigeria in 1967. Nigeria at that time was headed by the General Yakubu Gowon, while Biafra was led by Lieutenant Colonel Chukwuemeka Odumegu Ojukwu. Biafra at that time represented the nationalist aspiration of the leadership of the Igbo ethnic group, who felt that they could no longer coexist with the federal government that was at the time dominated by the Muslim Hausa Fulani interest. The conflict resulted from political, economic, religious, cultural, and ethnic tensions that preceded the United Kingdom's formal decolonization of the country from 1960 to 1963. The control for the oil wells, the oil production in the Niger Delta, was also a strategic factor, especially in the case of the interference of international bodies in Nigeria. Now, the war causes were complex, stemming from ethnic tensions between the Hausa, Igbo, and Yoruba ethnic group to regional imbalances in resource allocation to economic disparities and political power struggle. It is pertinent to note that by the time Nigeria had gained their independence in 1960, there were already threats to destabilize the region-state development in the country, beginning from the state of emergency in the Western region in 1962 to the census crisis in 1962 to 1963 and the election crisis in 1964 to 1965. Then the military intervention in 1966 that was later interpreted to be the Igbo Eastern military coup. Then the counter-military coup that was a reprisal by the Hausa Fulani group still in 1966, but on July 29th of that year. Now, following the outbreak of the issues, Nigeria tried to resolve the issues. At the time, the leader, General Yakubu Gowon from Lieutenant Colonel Chukwuemeka Odumegu Ojukwu, could not come to an agreement. They couldn't come to a solid resolution. And therefore, this led to the effective breakdown of the First Republic of Nigeria. Eventually, the Republic of Biafra declared themselves a secessionist group independent of the country on 30th of May 1967. The Nigerian military responded by a show of military force on the July 9th, 1967. And the war continued for 2.5 years before the final surrender of the Biafran force on January 15th, 1970. Now, the features of the war, key events that occurred include the Aburi Accord, the Asaba Massacre, the anti-Igbo pogroms, and the eventual surrender of Biafra in 1970. The war left in its wake over 100,000 military casualties and 500,000 to 2 million deaths of Biafran citizens due to starvation. Also, there was mass displacement, infrastructural damages. The war left Nigeria to grapple with humanitarian crisis and reconciliation challenges. The end of the war was marked by the proclamation, the magnanimous proclamation of the no victor, no vanquished policy by the Yakubu Gowon-led federal military government. This was widely welcomed, and indeed it was a shock because they expected more of a harsher military surrender condition. But this was what welcomed them, and then the establishment of the reconciliation, rehabilitation, and reconstruction policy eventually. Instead of the normally considered punishment for the surrendered forces, that's the Biafra militia, the government, the federal military government, led by the Yakubu Gowon, instead applauded for the reabsorption of the Biafran citizens into public service, into civil service, also gave the reassignment of infrastructures for those that lost their homes, etc., and so many numerous things were made. Also, there were some other efforts of some international bodies like the Red Cross that helped the Biafran people, especially during the period of the Civil War. There was also the initiative, the National Youth Service Corps Initiative, established in 1973 by General Yakubu Gowon to foster unity and to help bring unifying Nigeria, create a sense of national identity, and promote intercultural understanding. Now, despite this progress, there have been some obstructions, obviously. There's still the lingering sense of resentment and unforgiveness in some tribes, some victims of the war. And of course, this is not even helped by the present state of our political structures. This is not helped by the present state of economic mismanagement and imbalances that still linger. But despite this, Nigeria has come a far way, achieved milestones in the reconciliation program. Now, on January 15th, 1987, the Nigerian government went to great lengths to establish the National War Museum that was subsequently commissioned September 14th, 1989. The War Museum holds a repertoire of memories, including pictures of wartime events, wartime arts, and relics. This helped to show a remembrance for the Civil War at the time. Also, the introduction of the Armed Forces Remembrance Day, which is commemorated on January 15th, was also made to coincide with the day that the Nigerian Biafra War officially ended. Of course, there is so much more to be done. Reconciliation is an ongoing journey. Though challenging, it is an ongoing journey. I also have some few recommendations like educational programs, the inclusion of more people, the establishment of truth and peace commissions, and political reforms, which I feel will go a very long way to further speeding up the process of reconciliation. My references use what Chinua Achebe in his book, There Was a Country, and John de St. George, The Brothers' work. Also, Albert Isaac Olawale, The Myths, the reality and challenges of Nigeria's reconciliation with Indigo. Thank you very much.
Beryl.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much for that presentation. I have your paper in front of me. Guess I can make use of it.
Yes,
because I want to make one or two inquiries now. I'm just a bit curious about your literature review. It's been how many years since after the Nigerian Civil War?
It's been close to 50 years.
You know, in history, we're a bit precise.
Okay, sorry. It ended 1970, so that's about 53 years since the Civil War.
Beryl, are you aware that in the past 10 years, there's been so much writings on the Nigerian Civil War?
Yes, I'm aware, ma.
I'm raising this issue because your literature review, it's not, something we can make reference to. I will explain to you. Have you ever heard of what we call the inside-out approach? Have you heard of that word? Inside-out approach.
Yes, I have.
Please, what does it mean?
The inside-out approach in methodology?
Yeah, inside-out approach to research.
To research?
Yes.
Okay, I think it has to do with going in-depth, going to the in-depth course of what you're studying, then the results thereafter. Sorry.
Okay, let me explain this. When I say inside-out approach, that means, for example, the Nigerian Civil War. Over time, Nigerians who are the insiders, have taken out time to do researches on the Nigerian Civil War, their thing. Are we together?
Yes.
Because your references, don't show, apart from Achebe, they don't really show that Nigerian perspective. It is our civil war. We own it. It is our thing. We can't let outsiders talk about our thing more than we can talk about it. You understand me?
Yes.
It is on that basis, I just want you to know that a lot of materials, you understand me, have been written by Nigerians for Nigerians about their perspectives on the Nigerian Civil War. And then, okay, let me just.
All right, Ma.
Okay, thank you for that wonderful presentation.
Yes.
And to be sincere, it's very succinct, and I think the most important details are captured. To quickly add to what Dr. Oba just stated, in fact, most of the primary parties in the war also wrote some books, of which the most recent, I think, is Alavi Sama, The Tragedy of Victory. We have Adewale Ademoyega, Why We Struck, Madi Ebo, and a son to one of the participants, Max Yolun, has, I think, written something on oil conflict and stuff, I think about 2 volumes. And the other one is, I think, Soldiers of Fortune. So there are a lot of them, but I still find the ones you've referenced to be very, very credible, right? This John St. Jory, he was actually one of the participants, yeah. Beautiful. I have 2 questions. I know you can't present everything because the time is short, but then you have opportunities to make or double your score, by answering these questions. First, how well was a 3R implemented, right? Considering the flat 20 pounds that was given to every estate, irrespective, even if you deposited 5 million, there was a flat 20 pounds, rate, that's one. There were other policies like banning of okrika and stockfish, and we know who really dealt on all these commodities. And of course, the systematic marginalization of a particular group, since the aftermath of the war. So how well, was the 3R implemented? And secondly, what you've given us about the causes are focused on the proximate and triggering causes. We've not heard anything about the structural causes. There have been near-century struggle between the 3 major groups in Nigeria. And that struggle eventually led to, what we found ourselves in, the mid-1960s. And it's, centered around that ethnic suspicion. So if you can just, throw a few light on.
Trade now. I can answer your questions now. All right. So, now in the context of what I'm speaking on today, I was to dwell more on the reconciliation effort, to throw more light on the positive outcome of the whole policy making. Truthfully though, the 3 R's, the policy, the no victor, no vanquished, in actualization, we realized that these policies, they were not sustained. Now, that's why in my recommendation, what I prompted, number 2, I prompted was that there should be a sustenance of these reconciliation initiatives. It is one thing to make the law, it is another thing to keep it. So that's why I recommended that it should be sustained. Then for the next part, the next question that you...
The structural causes of the war.
Okay. Yes, there was actually a lot of tension amongst the 3 tribes. And I wouldn't say the tension is gone completely, because even till today, seen in the just concluded elections, we still see this tension resurfacing. That is why I believe that we are still on the journey of reconciliation. We haven't reached there yet, but we will definitely be there one day. I believe that Nigeria will reach a point that it will be unified past ethnic differences, and we can see ourselves all as one. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. I just want to note, like my other colleagues have noted in the references, but my main question is going to come under your methodology. I heard you when you were, I think it was in your abstract, you mentioned that there were people that you interviewed and cross-referenced with the literature. How, in the body of the work, we didn't see any such persons or so. So how did you cross-reference to confirm or so?
All right, I'm very sorry. I should have used recorded. I read records of oral interviews carried. I read the records of them. And I got that from some academic dissertations and articles. But I did not put it there as, okay, in interviews with so and so, interviews with that. But I made a general summary from these interviews and used it in the structure of my work. Thank you.
I believe you should have brought them in under your references so that, because they were mentioned. Okay. Then the other one is, I just want to advise, when you are writing, you can speak, but when you are writing, avoid using the personal pronouns in your research, like the word I did this, so use the more or less the third person.
All right, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Burial.
Yes, sir.
Your presentation was wonderful.
Thank you.
I have the following comments to make. You talked about ethnic disharmony. It's one of the causes of the Nigerian Civil War. But you were rather concentrating on the majority groups.
Okay. Yes, sir.
By your name, your name suggests you are from the Niger Delta region.
Yes, sir, I am.
Are you part of the majority or minority group?
The minority group, sir.
So who is going to tell your story? Who is going to tell your story? Anyway, that is moving forward. Now, the point is, this ethnic discontent was not limited to the majority group. The train varied. By that I mean the Igbo, Hausa, Fulani, and the Yoruba group. There was also ethnic discontent amongst the minority groups. I hope you remember.
Yes, sir.
The eve of the Civil War, the creation of 12 states out of the existing 4 regions was a strategic move by the federal government to buy the allegiance of the minority group. I think if you had added that to it, in any case, it's not just you, but the audience. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Please, another round of applause for Barry. You can do better than this. That was a very wonderful presentation. Thank you so much, Barry. And I think what she said today might actually lead you to go and do more researches about the Civil War, because the story of the Civil War is the way it's been told. It's not being told the way it should. But I think each and every one of us need to go back and learn. It doesn't matter where you come from, because it's a very important event that shaped our national history. Right now, we want to go for a musical break. But before then, I want to note that the participants, they have 10 minutes for their presentation. Then the judges have 5 minutes each for their questions. So that's a total of 30 minutes for each participant. Right? I think that's noted. So now we'll go on a musical break, and when we come back, we'll take the next participant on the list. Stay tuned.
Looking at the past, we're coming. Where we're going to. Where we're going to. The struggles, all the battles and the pain. right where we belong. Let's take a journey back there to where it all began. Let's know the history of a great Nigeria. A strong tree with roots so thick and deep. We know who we are. We know where we're from.
Arise, oh compatriots, young historians, tell me the story now. Our history is our pride. Diverse in culture, yes, we are the future.
As we have read all the stories written down by all our elders, we will tell all the tales to our younger generation. We're like a strong tree with roots so thick and deep. We know who we are. We know where we're from.
Arise, oh compatriots, arise, oh compatriots, young historians, tell me the story now. Our history is our pride. Diverse in culture, yes, we are the future. Arise, oh compatriots, young historians, tell me the story now. Diverse in culture, yes, we are the future.
Young Historian Competition, the keeper of African history.
Looking at the past we're coming from tells us who we are, where we're going to, through the struggles, all the battles and the pain. We're in the fatherland, right where we belong. Let's take a journey back there to where it all began. Let's know the history of a great Nigeria. We're like a strong tree with roots so thick and deep. We know who we are. We know where we're from.
Arise, oh compatriots, diverse in culture, yes, we are the future.
As we have read all the stories written down by all our elders, we will tell all the tales to our younger generation. We're like a strong tree with roots so thick and deep. We know who we are. We know where we're from.
Arise, oh compatriots, young historians, tell me the story now. Our history is our pride. Diverse in culture, yes, we are the future. Arise, oh compatriots, young historians, tell me the story now. Our history is our pride. Diverse in culture, yes, we are the future. Arise, oh compatriots, young historians, tell me the story now. Diverse in culture, yes, we are the future.
Young Historian Competition, the keeper of African history.
Looking at the past we're coming from us who we are, where we're going to, the struggles, all the battles and the pain. We're in the fatherland, right where we belong. Let's take a journey back there to where it all began. Let's know the history of a great Nigeria. We're like a strong tree with roots so thick and deep. We know who we are, we know where we're from.
Arise, O compatriots, young historians, tell me the story now. Our history is our pride. Diverse in culture, yes, we are the future.
As we have read all the stories written down by all our elders, we will tell all the tales to our younger generation. We're like a strong tree with roots so thick and deep. We know who we are, we know where we're from.
Arise, O compatriots, young historians, tell me the story now. Our history is our pride. Diverse in culture, yes, we are the future. Arise, O compatriots, young historians, tell me the story now. Our history is our pride. Diverse in culture, yes, we are the future. Arise, O compatriots, young historians, tell me the story now. Diverse in culture, yes, we are the future.
Young Historian Competition, the keeper of African history.
Looking at the past we're coming from, tells us who we are, where we're going to, the struggles, all the battles and the pain. We're in the fatherland, right where we
If you've not followed us on our social media handles, please, you can kindly do that now. And the hashtag we're using is hashtag YHC2023. So right now we're going to move to the second speaker in our list today. You know, there has been a lot of national debate or opinions about whether the discovery of oil is a curse for Nigeria or actually a blessing. But I'm not sure if it's a curse, I'm not sure if it's a blessing. But then the second speaker today, who is Abdul Malik Isa Abubakar from Bayero University, Kano, is going to be speaking on oil boom and resource costs, investigating the consequences of Nigeria's oil boom on its economy, politics, and society, and how it has contributed to the resource cost phenomenon. Can you put your hands together for Abdul Malik?
The chairman of this great occasion, the panel of our impartial judges, the accurate timekeeper, chief MC for today, specially invited guests, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. My name is Abdul Malik Abubakar Isa. I'm from Bayero University, Kano. I extend my profound gratitude to you, our honorable audience. Mr. Chairman, I am assigned with the topic, Nigeria's oil boom and its resource cost phenomenon. Investigating the consequences of Nigeria's oil boom on its politics, economy, and society, and how it has contributed to its resource cost phenomenon. By way of abstract introduction of this topic, Nigeria is one of the rich oils country in the world, rather the richest in Africa, and is one of the poorest countries in the world. It is even among the 20 poorest countries in the world. How this paradoxical expression. This presentation is going to investigate how Nigeria has found itself in this difficult situation of being rich in terms of oil, or even richest in Africa, and of being among the poorest countries in the world. The methodology I adopt in this research, I go by the empirical and theoretical data of national and international bodies, agencies, and organizations that have in-depthly researched on this topic and came up with so many recommendations and conclusions. And I will state some few recommendations at the end of my presentation. The presentation will capture the following brief items due to the time constraint. One, the brief history of Nigeria prior to the discovery of oil, the discovery of oil and oil boom era in Nigeria. The resource cost phenomenon, the Dutch disease, and the impact of this resource cost on its politics, economy, and society. In terms of the societal impact, I will take Ogoniland as a case study, being part of the region that produces oil in Nigeria. Nigeria, as I said, is the richest oil producing country in Africa. It has the population of 213 million people as per the World Bank data 2022. It is situated in the west by Niger, to the east by Cameroon and Chad, to the west by Benin Republic, and to the south, the Gulf of Guinea. Nigeria was an agrarian state, rich in agricultural produce prior to the discovery of oil. In the north, you know about the ancient pyramid of granites of my ancient state, that is Kano State, and other northern states that produce maize, millet, sorghum, and so many agricultural products in that period. In the west, they were the major producers of cocoa. At one point in time, Nigeria was the major producer of cocoa all over the globe. In the east, the palm oil production dominates the larger sector that is producing huge agricultural produce for Nigeria. But after the discovery of oil, the narrative started to change. Nigeria discovered oil in 1956. But the discovery of oil started at the onset of Nigerian Civil War in 1903, when Butman Corporation was granted license by the Nigerian government to discover oil. Though Nigeria was then not formally formed as Nigeria, because Nigeria was formally made in 1914 by Lugard. Butman did not discover oil until 1955, when Shell started the process of discovering oil and successfully discovered that oil of marketable quantity in 1956 at Oloibiri in Obia local government, the present-day Bayelsa states. The discovery of oil started to become the major sector that Nigeria solely relies to generate 90% of its foreign earning, over 80% of its revenue. Then the Nigerian government granted license after Shell discovered that oil of marketable quantity to other 4 major international oil companies. Like the Mobil in 1955, it was granted license to go ahead and discover and explore oil. Like the Chevron, which was formerly called the Gulf Oil Company in 1962. Like the Ajib in 1961, sorry, like the Ajib in 1962, and like the ELF in 1962 also. And Tanaco Oil, I skip it, which is in 1960. These companies discovered oil for Nigeria in one particular region. That is the southern, and southeastern region of Nigeria. As you know, Nigeria has 36 states and the Federal Capital Territory, but oil only comes from one particular region, so to speak, because only 1 state from southwest and 2 states from southeast. Now the oil producing states in Nigeria are technically 8 states. I don't know whether you will hear the name Cross River falling in that list that I'm going to mention now. But the major oil producing state in Nigeria is Akwa Ibom State. By the recent statistics of Nigerian Department of Petroleum Resources, the NNPC, and the cable newspaper also captured that report. Akwa Ibom State produced 504 barrels of crude oil per day, followed by Delta State that produced 346,000 barrels of crude oil per day. Third is the River State, which produced 340,000 barrels, and Bayelsa State with 290,000 barrels of crude oil. These 4 are major states producing oil for Nigeria, and their oil account for 80% production. The latter 4, or the remaining 4, are the Ondo State from Southwest, which produced 60,000 barrels per day, followed by Edo State, which produced 33,000 barrels per day. Second to the last is the Imo State, which produced 17,000 barrels per day, and lastly is the Abia State, which produced 11,000 barrels per day. Cross River State was not in the list. The same way with Kogi State as to the amount of barrels they produced, but they are recognized as overall producing state by all sincerity of argument and other recognitions. Because Cross River State faced 2 fundamental challenges. One, the cessation of Bakassi in 2008, and then the ceding of 76 oil wells by the Supreme Court in 2012 to Akwa Ibom State. That's why there is so much argument about Cross River being recognized as oil producing state. But rather, let's take it that way. At this are the 8 major states that are producing oil for Nigeria. And now the period of oil boom. Whenever you hear these states producing oil, and you know what? They are producing up to 2,500,000 barrels of crude oil per day. These 8 oil producing states put together. Though there are a lot of policies and processes by the OPEC, which has to regulate the amount of oil each country will take to international market. As at now, Nigeria is producing about 1,900,000 barrels of crude oil per day due to that regulation by the OPEC. These states that are producing oil, they really made Nigeria to be the first runner of oil production, and they recorded that period, what you call oil boom, which is my next topic of discussion. Oil boom is a period when the oil sector of a particular country contributes to the huge amount of oil production, which is very valuable at international market. Nigeria recorded its first period of oil boom between 1970 to 1983. That period of oil boom era, oil was $3 per barrel by 1970. However, it skyrocketed up to 1983. And this had been shaped by 2 fundamental things. One, the policy of the Arabian countries, which dominates OPEC, as you know, to shape the Western foreign policy. And the second one is by 1983, the Iran-Iraq war, which also oil was not flowing at OPEC, and also by extension of international market, then oil went cost impact, which affects many oil producing countries, or rather natural deposit countries that have natural deposit, not only oil, like diamond, like gold, and so many things like that are being explored under the ground as a resource, not through human effort, like agriculture, manufacturing, and construction. So that resource cost affected so many countries. Out of the survey carried out by so many scholars across 65 countries, Nigeria was one of the countries that have been fatally affected by this low human developing country in the statistics by human developing indices. Out of 58 countries, out of 53 countries in Africa, Nigeria is 28. It's 28 in the list in terms of low human development. And poverty is all over there. More than 70% of Nigerian youth are unemployed. And so many other impacts all over. So this is resource cost, so to speak. And then dirty disease phenomenon. Dirty disease phenomenon goes alongside or a resource cost phenomenon. Because dirty disease concentrates on shaping other sectors from getting attention of diversification and improvement by having non-tradable sector, that is oil, which is recording a huge amount of money for that particular country. Like Nigeria, as I said, by the time Nigeria got oil, it threw away agriculture, which used to contribute to 55% of GDP by then. And alas now, oil does not even contribute up to 4% of Nigerians' GDP due to the volatility and fluctuation at international markets. And this is the impact of oil on Nigeria. So that resource cost and touch disease affected Nigeria's sectors by extension and touch disease. Quickly, I have policy recommendations for Nigeria to look into, because this will go further to ravage Nigeria's economy. And Ogoni land that is fatally affected by this, where oil is being exploited, the environment is very degrading.
All right, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Go back to the judges.
Abdul Malik, Abubakar Isa, thank you very much for your presentation.
You're welcome, sir.
I have the following comments to make.
Okay, sir.
I think that your topic should read Oil Boom and the Resource Costs, investigating the consequences of Nigeria's oil boom.
Exactly, sir.
Yes. Because this other, your topic is too wordy. Now, you were so passionate about the resource control debacle that you held the mic too close to your mouth that we could barely hear you. So, another thing is, there are no theories in your paper.
Yes, sir.
One? Is it hidden? General economic, okay. Okay, well, maybe my other colleague will take you on that, general economic theory. But I'm of the opinion that if you had used dependency theory or resource control theory or something to really bring out, because you are saying that you are of the opinion rather that Nigeria is paradoxically poor.
Yes.
So rich and very poor.
On the other side.
I think that's your argument.
Yes, sir.
But there should be a theory to really capture that. And I think I'll allow my other colleagues to continue.
Okay.
Appreciate you for your presentation and your passion for this topic.
Thank you,
as he has rightly suggested, maybe the organizers will look at the amendment. I also, particularly, I want to ask, because this is also a learning process.
Yes, sir.
So I would like you to explain what do you mean by resource cost. That's the first explanation. You can answer that one so that I can follow up.
Okay, gentlemen. Resource cost simply refers to the situation whereby a country that is rich with a particular natural deposit, like Nigeria as a case study, but being poor on other side of the economic sector, social development, and on its political landscape. That is what resource cost is all about. That is, the resource has now become a cost, looking at the two combination of the words, resource and a cost. That is resource and a cost. There is like wealth and there is poverty. So this is simply what the term is all about. The resource has now become a curse because it has not impacted positively on Nigerians.
Okay, thank you very much. So what we are saying is that the resource cost is a situation where the country is not able to harness his potential, the resources that he has.
Yes.
Even though he has abundance.
Yes.
For the betterment of the people.
Abundance amidst poverty.
Because my colleague was looking at it from your work, that you didn't have a theory.
Yes.
Can you turn that into, because we've seen you have the concept of the resource cost. Can you look at it? Because if you move from here to another stage, I'm not saying,
yes,
you will need to repackage this paper to make it something more presentable. So you can turn it into a kind of a theory. Then you should bring the person who propounded it, because it didn't just come. So who propounded this concept?
Yes.
You know the person and what year?
Yes.
So who?
Yes, the major proponent that theorized the concept, I mentioned it in the paper. The major one were Sachs and Warner in 1995. In 1995, they theorized the concept and analyzed it on so many countries: Nigeria, Angola, Botswana, Netherlands, Norway, Chile, United Arab Emirates, and so many countries. So among them, many I mentioned, but Sachs and Warner, 1995, theorized the concept and came with so many conclusions thereunder.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Abdul, for that wonderful presentation. As for the topic, I won't comment on it because I'm not sure it was, something you made up, independently. I'm sure the organizers gave you the topic, right?
Yes, they gave the topic themselves.
So I'll excuse that. Let me start with the boiling point, which is the issue of theories.
Okay.
I think your work is littered with theories.
Yes.
But you are applying them as concepts. So I've seen rent seeking.
Yes.
That's an economic theory.
Yes.
I've seen Dutch disease.
Yes.
An economic theory.
Yes.
I don't know what you meant by general economic theory.
Yes.
Which I presume is also a theory.
Yes.
And I've seen resource costs.
Yes.
That's also a theory.
Yes.
But you presented your objective.
Yes.
And the structuring of your work makes it a bit difficult to read, right? Introduction, we have background, we have research questions, we have concept towards the tail end.
Yes.
Methodology towards the tail end.
Yes.
Concept help us to understand what you mean when you say resource cost.
Yes.
So I don't have to go to the final page.
Yes.
To now read the concept and then make meaning. It's a bit confusing. I hope you understand.
Should I say a bit on that?
Sorry?
Should I say a bit on that?
Okay.
Yes. The process of our presentation for today did not initially capture the composition of that paper. That was what we were told before. But this morning, well, I can say, was it yesterday, the late hours, we were notified that we should present a paper. So I just tried to manage and bring out all the sources I consulted and try to compose that on phone. I even use phone. I didn't have laptop.
That's okay.
So that is what
every day is a learning process.
Yes, thank you so much for that.
And then I also discovered that, what I'm able to count, you have about 7 objectives.
Yes.
For just this little paper, 7. And they are embedded in your work. I saw one in the abstract. I saw one in the introduction. I saw one in the background. I saw 4 under the objective of study. And if I keep going, I'm sure I would definitely see more. And they're slightly different. So at the tail end of the day, you should have had one M that captures your entire thought. Because you started very well. You gave us your line of argument that this is what you are arguing for.
Yes,
so I didn't even expect you to bother yourself giving us objective again. You should have just, either support or counter. This your argument that you're telling us that you're arguing for, which you've stated it here, already.
Okay, thank you so much.
And your references, they are not that powerful, all right? I'm not sure there is anybody here that does not know Professor Cyril Obi. If you're working on Niger Delta, oil issue, and you've not mentioned Professor Cyril Obi, then there is a problem. So let me just end it there.
Okay, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Sorry. You are a very smart man. Malik.
Yes, sir.
You were very fast, and you made sure we don't hear you completely. We can only hear you clearly when you laugh.
Wow.
But now, do you have a copy of your paper there?
No.
Okay, you don't have.
Yes, sir.
How many objectives do you intend to achieve in this your paper?
I wanted to achieve 3 fundamental objectives.
Please, can you name them?
1.
Sorry, research questions.
Okay, yeah. My research question, one of the fundamental research questions I wanted to achieve. I wanted to achieve the concept of resource cost phenomenon, which is dependent upon the oil boom of Nigeria, and then the impacts of this concept of resource cost on its politics, society, and economy. So analyzing the concept and the impacts, achieving how it has impacted on these 3 sectors. That is the fundamental aim of the research.
Now, you have 2 research questions here.
Yes.
Let me read. What is the contribution? 1. What is the contribution of oil boom revenue to Nigeria's political, economic, and social reforms?
Yes.
What is the level of impact? What's the level of impact on resource costs?
Yes.
Okay, what's the level of the impact of resource costs on oil producing communities?
Yes.
The Niger Delta region.
Yes.
Now, is your study about the Niger Delta region or about Nigeria?
It's about Niger Delta region narrowing down to Ogoniland. I stated in the presentation, and I even put it in bracket.
Please, let us hear you clearly.
Okay.
Take the mic off your mouth.
Okay, can you hear me clearly now?
Okay, go on.
I say the case study, the Nigeria entirely, is just by the way to be mentioned, but the case study, the key area to be analyzed is Ogoniland, which is part of Niger Delta. So I just narrowed down from Niger Delta to Ogoniland so that we restrict it, not affecting the wider concept, particularly in terms of societal impact. That is in terms of societal impact. But on economy and politics, it is Nigeria of.
Okay, now, it's rather confusing because if you say you are looking at Ogoni land,
yes,
the impact of oil costs,
yes,
on Ogoni land,
yes,
apart from revenue,
yes,
did you mention the environmental hazard?
I mentioned environmental degradation, aquatic problem, the impact on their farms that has destroyed the farmland. They are no longer farming, and so many factors. I mentioned them all. So that is as to the societal impact of the resource cost phenomenon on Ogoniland. I mentioned during my presentation.
Okay, my last question, please.
Yes, sir.
How do you intend to address the issue of the indigenes? Because all you are talking about, that is another aspect of resource control.
Yes.
The indigenes who suffer directly from oil explorations, the consequences of oil explorations.
Yes.
When they have been excluded.
Yes.
From the allocation of oil wells.
Yes.
Imagine a situation whereby you make suya.
Yes.
You don't even have an opportunity to perceive the aroma of the suya.
Yes.
So what happens to that? The allocation of oil wells.
Yes.
Is not you have a particular people from a particular section of the country
are producing well.
Dominating. How do you address that?
I address that by my last recommendation. That is to restructure the formula for revenue allocation to the the oil producing states. I said it clearly in the paper that in 1963, during 1963, that is the first Republic of Nigeria. The first Republican Constitution of Nigeria under Section 140 gave 50% derivation formula for oil producing states. That is Section 140, subsection 1 of that Constitution. That is the first Republican Constitution. While this Constitution, that is 1999 Constitution, the fourth Republican Constitution of Nigeria, under Section 162, subsection 2, only gives 13%. So I address that as a restructuring process by Nigerian government to the entities that are producing state oil, because in their own region they have 606 oil fields, 1,481 oil wells, producing over 90% of the country's export, 80% of the country's foreign exchange earning, while they are receiving less than 20%. This is too unfair. Definitely, every region can cry for that. So I suggest this fundamental restructuring process for Nigerian government. Thank you so much.
Another round of applause for Abdul Malik. That was a very powerful, passionate presentation, data-driven, and all that. Wow. Well done, Abdul Malik. Okay, I have a question for the audience. I don't know if anybody is going to take my gift now. Just before I invite the next speaker, who was the first and only Nigerian child that was born in Asorok, the presidential villa? The first and the only Nigerian child. Nobody wants to attempt? In the history of Nigeria, there was only one child that was born in Asorok. All right. Okay, his name is Mustafa Sani Abacha, the last son of Abacha, the former military head of state. Yeah. So nobody wants to take my gift home. I have another question after the next speaker, so maybe someone will be able to attempt that. All right, right now we're going to the third speaker for today. In recent times, there has been a lot of coup happening in Africa, particularly in West African region, right? And following the 2023 elections in Nigeria, I've seen so many people say they want the military to take over Nigeria. But that's not what you want, because the experience is not a very good experience. And that's one of the importance of history. So the next speaker is going to be talking about military rule and democratic transition, exploiting the historical context of military rule in Nigeria and the journey towards democratic governance. And it's no other person than Luke Idowu Daramola from the University of Ilorin. Put your hands together for him. Keep clapping. Don't be stingy with your hands. This is the only way you can appreciate them. Come on.
It is a well-known fact that Nigeria's journey towards liberal democracy has been marred by crises, coups, economic problems, and above all, a 30-month agonizing civil war. Good day, everyone. My name is Daramola Luke, a 300-level diplomatic historian of the Department of History and International Studies, University of Ilorin. Today's presentation, it aims at exploring the history of military rule in Nigeria and the journey towards democratic governance. To lay the foundation, I would love to say that the military and democracy are in dialectic opposition. While the military demands submission, democracy enjoys participation. While the military employs the hawkish model, in achieving its aims. Democracy employs a passive approach, towards consensus building and national development. This study aims to, or this presentation rather, it aims to trace the history of Nigeria right from the politics of the First Republic and how it led to the intervention of the military, into or in Nigerian politics. It also aims to give an analysis of the major gains and losses of successive military governments in Nigeria, and as well, it aims to, assess the future of democracy in Nigeria amid the coups across the Sahel and also in other parts of continental Africa. The method I was employed in making research, the methodology was secondary sources. The consultation of books written by well-grounded historians in the discipline or in the field of history and international studies. So to start off, in the year 1960, Nigeria gained our independence. The prospects for the nation was high, owing to the fact that the country has an enormous reserve of natural resources. But there is this important concept in history, which is called the national question. Nigeria as a nation after independence, the sense of national consciousness was not in the minds of our First Republic politicians. And that led to a whole lot of tensions across the country, and ultimately leading to the intervention of the military in the politics of Nigeria. So on January 15, 1966, in the early hours of that day, Major General Kaduna Izwegu, yes, the coup mastermind, he invaded the Nigerian democracy. Yeah, there were reasons why, the general or the military officer led that coup. But of course, that day heralded the beginning of the military in the political history of the Nigerian state. Now, going to analyzing the first military administration, we had Major General Aguiyi Ironsi as the first military head of state. Yeah, this regime basically will be remembered for transitioning the country from a democracy to a military government. And in the military rule, the military brought no opposition. So the point is, Major General Aguiyi Ironsi, he changed the face of Nigerian military. Nigerians lived under freedom. But when we had the military rules, the constitution and other democratic apparatus were suspended. So Nigeria found herself in a new dimension of rule. In that same year, in the month of July 1966, there was a counter coup that heralded the coming to power of a young general in person of Yakubu Gowon, who governed the country for 9 years. Now, making an analysis of his stint in power, it can be divided into two phases: the first 4 years and the second 5 years. The first 4 years was focused on national reconciliation. Nigeria as a nation has to stick together. There was the outbreak of the Civil War. The government was focused on uniting every section of the nation. The second 5 years, focuses on national building. Now, it is important as this juncture to state that the government of Yakubu Gowon, did well in terms of foreign policy. The government led a very, very vibrant foreign policy. But there were the building of roads, the building of bridges and all of that. But in the midst of all this, corruption was highly recorded in the government. And this brings us to the question, if you are to make a comparison between military rule and democracy and which is best for Nigeria, it's a question that will continue to linger in the minds of every Nigerian. And I believe at the end of this presentation, we will get a definite answer to that question. Now, moving on to the government of, in the year 1975, Gowon was toppled. He was toppled, and we had a new government, which can be merged. The government of General Murtala Mohammed and General Olusegun Obasanjo. This regime, I'm combining both together and making an analysis. The government of Murtala, yes, he was well loved, both home and abroad. Nigeria had a very, very vibrant foreign policy. Nigeria was able to, stand against apartheid, in the continent. Nigeria scored good cards. Our prestige was increased during the regime of Murtala and Obasanjo. But sadly, on the 13th day of February 1976, there was a coup, an abortive coup that led to the assassination of General Murtala Mohammed, and his able successor in person of General Olusegun Obasanjo was able to keep up to the policies of his predecessor. And in the year 1979, Nigeria had her first democratic transition, since the First Republic. At this point, it is not lost on me to state that the Second Republic was marred, by a whole lot of irregularities. The Second Republic that was led by Alhaji Shehu Shagari as Nigerian first executive president. There was corruption, there was economic mismanagement, and all of that. And that forced the hand of the military in the politics of the nation. So really, there's a thin line between the Democrats and the men in boots, who of course explore that at the end of the presentation. Now, moving on to the administration, in the month of December, to be precise, December 31st, 1983, General Muhammadu Buhari led a military coup against the civilian administration of Alhaji Shehu Shagari. Now, to making an analysis of the regime of General Buhari, he was a dictator par excellence. The facts are there, the records are there. Human rights abuses was rife, the press was censored. What we're enjoying under a democracy, those values were hampered by the regime of General Buhari. And Nigeria records in the international setting was very, very low. Nigeria policy was not dynamic. Now, I would love to state this. These different military administrations, they operated based on the prevailing local and international politics that went down during the 20th century. So their dispositions to issues differ from the other. And after the government of General Muhammadu Buhari, we had a coup that was led by a palace coup led by General Ibrahim Babangida on the 27th day of August 1985. General Ibrahim Babangida, he was, in terms of, say, development, he scored good cards. So the third language was built and all of that. So moving on to, we had General Ibrahim Babangida. Then from there we had the government of we had the government of Abacha and all of that. Now I would love to state that the military government, in terms of foreign policy, they did well. But of course, in terms of human rights records and all of that, they were very, very, very poor. So you as Nigerians, democracy still, is still our best form of government. And in the midst of the coups across continental Africa, we just have to get our democracy right. We have to fix our economy and fix a whole lot of things to ensure our democracy is viable. We prefer a form of government will be guaranteed. My right to life, my right to property, and my rights to liberty will be guaranteed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Luke. Confident historian. What's your topic again? Did you talk about that journey? You're just giving, what I've heard so far is a chronology, from one, but the journey towards democratic governance I didn't get it. Maybe you need to say something about that.
All right. So in the year 1999, we had an elected government, a democratic governance, and we had our president, Chief Olusegun Obasanjo, becoming the president of Nigeria. But I would love to state, even when we are to make an analysis of Nigeria from 1999 till date, the military still holds sway of Nigerian politics. Our presidents, two of them, Obasanjo and Buhari, they were former military head of state. So the military is still in and around Nigerian politics. If you are to make an analysis, most of our politicians in this century, they cut their political tooth during the military era. And up to date, we are still having the military, though they might be Democrats, but they still control, some sectors or some segments of the Nigerian society. So our democratic transition, it has not been strengthened per se, because most of our politicians are still having this military mindset. They were groomed or they were trained during the military era. Even our current president, President Tinubu, he was well and alive during the era of Abacha and all of that. So these politicians still carry this mindset till date. But I believe that Nigerian democracy is progressing, and of course we will get it right. We just need to, instill in the minds of, the growing Democrats the right democratic values that will, shoot Nigeria and give her a pride of place in Africa and also in the world. Thank you, ma'am.
Luke.
Yes, sir.
I hope it's not the Gospel of Luke. I have reason to be worried. You say your topic is on military rule.
Yes, sir.
Military rule and democratic transition. Exploring the historical context of military rule in Nigeria and the journey towards democratic governance. Beautiful topic. I'm taking you to the cleaners now. In the course of your presentation, you were rather discussing foreign policy and very little about democracy. You cannot discuss our democratic journey under military rule without mentioning party politics. Because at every point, every administration midwives a transition program. Did you mention any?
I mentioned.
Which of them?
Second Republic.
Second Republic?
Yes.
Which parties?
The parties, they were created by the military regime of General Olusegun Obasanjo. And we had Nigerian practice a multi-party system where we had the UPN, the Unity Party of Nigeria, and having Chief Obafemi Awolowo as its flag bearer. We also had the NPN, the Nigerian People's. It's a northern party, but of course it's a national party that had Alhaji Shehu Shagari as its flag bearer, among other parties that were established by the government of General Olusegun Obasanjo.
Luke, you are really a politician. Your presentation, I have your paper here. What you are saying is not here. What you are saying is an afterthought. Is it not?
It is.
But I think presentations like this should give us opportunities of knowing what we don't know. You cannot discuss our democratic transition under the military without discussing the transition program of each military administrator or junta. What were the election management body You know, we had FEDECO, we had NEC, we had NECON, we had INEC. These are all military creations. The political parties, the dramatic personnel in each transition cycle. You didn't mention all of that. You are talking about Second Republic. Were you born in the Second Republic?
No, sir.
At least you were born in 1999. Is it not?
No,
Those
sir.
are some of the things you bring out.
Early 2000s.
I must commend you again, as other colleagues have done.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for your presentation. This one, we just want to interact. I may go off your paper. I want to find out, is there any difference between civilian rule and democratic rule? And if there is, what are those things that make a democratic rule to be different from civilian rule?
All right. Thank you very much, sir, for your question. So when we say a civilian rule, civilians are just humans like you and I that might not be, imbibing a democratic value. So if you are having, a democratic value in us, and we are of course practicing those values, it makes our government democratic and not just civilian. So there is a thin line of difference between a civilian rule and a democratic rule. If I'm a civilian and I'm keeping to the dictates of a democratic system of government, of course it makes me a Democrat. But if I'm a civilian, behaving like a military general, I'm still a civilian without being able to provide my my country the dividends of democracy.
So with that differentiation that you have made, do you think that Nigeria is in a democratic rule? Taking cognizance of what is happening, even what happened last Wednesday at the appeal court, do you think that we are in a democratic rule? What
Yes,
are those indices?
we are still in a democracy. As long as we are having a functional court, the court is still functioning. The court is not dormant. We are having elections periodically every 4 years to elect leaders across all levels, from the local government level down to the federal level. It shows Nigeria is still, that's why the topic, democratic transition. We are still on the path to of a democratic transition. So I can say, for a fact that Nigeria is a democratic state. As long as we are still having democratic institutions, yes, the press to some extent is free. And of course, for every democratic governance or setting to function, there must be a vibrant press. And in Nigeria, we are having that, sir.
So as a contestant in this contest, which of these rules do you prefer for Nigeria? Because I've seen something in your paper. Do you prefer a democratic rule or a military rule?
I prefer a democratic rule, because in democracy, my three basic human rights, life, liberty, and property, are guaranteed to a larger extent. My freedom was
to a larger extent.
Yes, to a larger extent, they are guaranteed compared to me being under a military administration. Thank you very much, sir.
Look.
Yes, sir.
Well done.
Thank you, sir.
While assessing, I factor a lot of things into play. The limited time you have, the limited number of words you were restricted to, right? So there is definitely no way that you can exhaustively discuss this issue. But then when you say exploring context, you should be focusing on the issues surrounding a particular thing that is of interest to you, right? So context to coups, context to civilian transitions, right? And as Dr. Ode pointed out, you missed that entirely, right? So it now makes your presentation to be what we call narrative history, which is far, far, far outdated, right? History is now analytical. So you focus more on the why questions, right? You focus on the why questions, you explore, why did it happen, right? So you gave us context on, who succeeded who. Give us context on, who succeeded whom, right? But in between those coups, right, there were a lot of issues that, could fit into your question, into your concept of the Nigerian question. All right? So why did Murtala Mohammed, and the rest of them toppled Agui Ironsi? Very complicated situation. Issues of ethnicity, issues of resources, foreign influence, lots of them. And those are the things that are still affecting the country as we speak. And you erroneously said that everyone loved Murtala Mohammed. But if you, investigate the context surrounding the coup that led, to his demise, you would know, where did Bokasim Dimka, where was he before, he went to that, operation? And after successfully killing him, where did he head, right? And these are the things, these are the questions that, you present answers and, they disambiguate the issues and create the kind of context that can make, us to appreciate your presentation, better. But as I emphasized initially, there is no way you would have time, or space to do that. But each of these things could be addressed in one sentences, right? So overall, I think you did your best, right?
Thanks,
and I commend you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Because if I want to ask questions, I may have over 20. So let me just let you be. Well done.
Thank you, sir.
Sorry, Luke. Let me mention something. You introduce yourself as a student of History and International Studies. That's how you introduce yourself. It's amazing to know that your work does not have in-text citation. You were just writing as if it was all your ideas. Very amazing. And then your references, just 2, for a work of this magnitude, problematic. I think it's something you should take note of. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma.
Round of applause for Luke. Thank you very much for that powerful presentation. Okay, while we were presenting, we noticed the leadership of the Student Union Government of Unical entered here, the SCG President and the ESCO. So I recognize you guys. You're welcome. Please, can you put your hands together for me? Young Historian Competition. The keeper of African history. Now we are coming to the homeboy, the host among the participants. The next speaker we have today, it's from University of Calabar. And he's going to be speaking on a topic that speaks so much to our daily experiences. In as much as we found ourselves in a democracy, there's still been abuse of human rights going on and social injustice. In 2021, I visited the Nigerian prisons, Kirikiri prisons, with a group of people. And when I started hearing the stories of most of those inmates, tears was coming out from my eyes because there were so many of them who were there for crimes they know nothing about. Some of them were arrested by proxy, and they are still lavishing in prisons for today. Young people, young talents. These are the issues that we face every day as Nigerians. So I'm looking forward to, there's been a lot of historical struggles in human rights, social injustice, and it's still ongoing. And today, Alex is going to be taking us through the historical development, work, and all the things that have happened. So we invite Alex Olajide from University of Calabar to speak on human rights and social justice, analyzing historical trends for human rights and social justice in Nigeria and the current challenges faced in upholding these values. Put your hands together for him. Is this how you are going to cheer one of your own?
want to respectfully acknowledge the presence of our distinguished judges. Special greetings, Malabites and Malabreses. I am Alex Olajide, a student on the University of Calabar. I'll be speaking on the topic, human rights and social justice, analyzing the historical struggles for human rights and social justice in Nigeria and the current challenges faced in upholding these values. Before I proceed, I want to share a little experience. Sometime last week, I went to visit a friend at Satellite Town. And on my way back, I decided to walk through Unica Hotel, for those of us that know the place. And on getting to Unica Hotel, I met a coursemate of mine, one of my coursemates, who drew my attention to the current state of the hotel after it was vandalized and destroyed by hoodlums during the EDSA's protest of 2020 as a result of police brutality and other violations of human rights. It will interest us to know that Nigeria has a long history of the struggles for human rights and social justice. The history predates pre-colonial times. All over the world, the struggle for human rights proceeds from a series of antecedents and events, such as the 1215 Magna Carta of England, the 1791 American Bills of Rights, the 1946 Universal Declaration of Human Rights. It interests us to know that human rights and social justice are important aspects in present-day Nigeria or any democratic state. Of course, we see what is happening in Gabon and Niger and other neighboring countries about the coup. So what exactly is human rights? All human beings have inalienable rights that cannot be taken away from you for the fact that you are a human. Rights, freedom of speech, right to life, freedom of expression, movement, own property. And also, Nigeria is a signatory to different international instruments on human rights, such as Universal Declaration of Human Rights, African Charter, and others. But one salient question that we want to ask ourselves is, despite this, there is gross and abysmal violation of human rights, even in this modern and current democratic dispensation. Going back to history, under this particular topic, we'll be looking at pre-colonial era, colonial, post-independence era, that is under the military regime, and the current democratic era. Some Western writers have this notion that there was nothing like human rights or written laws in pre-colonial Nigeria as it is today. But this particular notion is not true. It is false. Because according to Professor Osita Eze, a scholar in African legal history, he made mention that the information that there was nothing like human rights or legal system in pre-colonial African society is due to lack of inadequate information from such Western writers, that they lack the basic information. So it will interest us to know that human rights and social justice, they are principles of human rights in pre-colonial African society, like Nigeria today. Now, the question that I may want to ask, what are these? We have, for instance, in pre-colonial Nigeria, pre-colonial African societies, we have human rights activities like you can own your property, you can belong to the extended family, you can belong to your kindred, you can belong to age group. So that is aspects of human rights. There was violation of human rights even in pre-colonial African society, and there was also struggle for upholding human rights and social justice during that time. For instance, you can see the Osuka system of Igbo land. Some people were segregated due to certain superstitious belief. Also, present day Cross River State and Akwa Ibom State, there was the killing of twins because they believed that these twins were evil. They will bring evil to the parents. Some of them were cast into the evil forest, and sometimes their mother were killed, and so many things happen. Of course, we all know, for those of us here in Calabar, we know Mary Mary Lester Avenue. That particular place was named after the woman that fought for the struggle to stop the brutal killing of twins during this time. So the notion that there was no human rights or legal system during pre-colonial African society, especially Nigeria as it is today, is totally false, as noted by Professor Osita Eze, as I've already mentioned. Now, talking about the colonial era, it will interest us to know that the colonial era is totally, according to a name, that the colonial era is negation of human rights. What do I mean by this? During the colonial era, there was abysmal disregard for human rights and social justice. People were deprived, like resources were gotten from the interiors of Africa. A lot of things, they were denied, like in 1949, they were denied the right to strike in the coast city of Enugu State, present-day Enugu State. So it will interest us to know that human rights as it is today streams from a lot of struggle and experiences. Under the colonial era, people were denied their rights, freedom of speech, freedom of expression, freedom of the press, because the colonial master never wanted the Africans to air their opinion because they were getting resources from the interiors of Africa. So colonial rule is actually disregard for human rights. But one question we may want to ask ourselves is colonial rule during the colonial era, is it totally bad? Does it not have positive effects on African society? It will interest us to know that the answer to that question is yes. Colonial rule have positive influence on African society. Like, as I mentioned earlier, the killing of twins in the Efik land, present-day Akwa Ibom and Cross River State. It was during this period that such practices were abolished. So it has positive effect on the Nigerian society. Talking about the post-independence era, what were these struggles? What were the struggles for the fight for human rights and social justice? What were these struggles? Nigeria, of course, Nigeria gained political independence 1st October 1960. But between 1966 down to 1999, there have been about 8 military coups. Why 6 were successful, 2 were not? So military era, during military era, military suspend certain aspects of the constitution that has to do with human rights. So it will interest us to know that during the military era, there were a lot of violation of human rights. Of course, we can remember the regime of General Sani Abacha. General Sani Abacha executed King Seruwa and 8 others who were environmental activists advocating for their rights, advocating for social justice. The Nigerian government during that time, that military era, they were exporting and collecting minerals, oil from the interiors of Africa. So when King Seruwa and others spoke against that their lands, their crops are destroyed, they cannot get access to clean water, their fishes, of course, in the creeks, in the water, they can't get things. Their means of livelihood was destroyed. So it will interest us to know that the struggle for human rights and social justice in Nigeria did not actually start today. Then, under this current democratic era, we can see the killing of Deborah Samuel in 2022, as she was murdered by a co-student, a 200-level student. So what are the struggles for human rights? What are the current struggles? The current struggle for human rights led to end SARS protests, which resulted to the SARS Special Anti-Robbery Squad of the Nigerian Police being disbanded in 2020. So what is our role in upholding the struggles for human rights? As individuals, we must expose activities of human rights violation. The Nigerian government must ensure that impunity is not the order of the day. There must be judicial independence. So in conclusion, it is our role as individuals to ensure that we abide by...
Thank you, Alex. Over to the judges now. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Alex, thank you so much. You just took me through a little journey of history, and I just felt like, wow.
Thank you, ma.
You need to enlighten all of us, I guess, on the current challenges. Your topic is human rights and social justice, analyzing historical struggles for human rights and social justice in Nigeria, and the current challenges faced in upholding these values. After taking us through a historical journey, here we are today. Where do we go? I think that's where the topic needs to be expounded. That's one. Secondly, if we had to classify human rights for all of us, what are the classifications? I thought your work should capture that. I really don't want to go into this work because it's a bit problematic.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, ma. First, in addressing the first question, the current challenges faced in the struggle for human rights. One of the current challenges that we currently face is banditry and insurgency, especially in the Northeast. In 2014, 276 child girls were abducted. And up to date, the whereabouts of those girls are not certain. Then another challenge that we have is impunity of our political leaders. We heard of a story of how snake swallowed millions of naira in JAMB office. If I should ask me and you, how is it possible that animal can swallow money? And what happened to that particular person that made that particular assertion? So corruption, political corruption is the order of the day. Then independence of the judiciary. The judiciary is not independent. That is one of the current challenges that we have. For Nigeria to fight corruption, the judiciary must be independent. And again, I think the constitution, if not the constitution of Nigeria needs to be amended, or we should have a new constitution. In 2014, the Goodluck Jonathan administration called for, is it a confederation? But so many things happened, politics and others, and that did not come to a good end. So the constitution needs to be worked on. The judiciary should be independent. The executive should not appoint the chief judge of the federation. Because you can't appoint somebody and you expect the person to work against you. So it's one of the, then we also have religious intolerance. It's another challenge that we currently face. I gave a story of Deborah Samuel that was killed in Sokoto State. She was Shagari College of Education because they accused her of blasphemy against the prophet. So it's another challenge, religious intolerance. All these are the challenges that we currently face in Nigeria. Okay, thank you, ma'am. Talking about the classification of human rights. We are talking about human rights and social justice. Social justice is fairness in employment, fairness in healthcare, and in wealth distribution. Under the classification, we have under the classification of human rights, we have social rights, we have cultural rights, we have political rights. Thank you. Sir.
Alex, I have the following comments to make. In your paper, I saw what I have in front of me here about women riots of 1929. Was it a riot or a revolt?
About women riot was one of the struggles that was embarked on by Aba women. We have a revolt known as the Egba Revolt that was made by the Abeokuta women in 1946. So it.
Sorry, Let me take you on that. Are you calling the Egba women revolt?
Tax revolt.
You call it a revolt because you are a Yoruba man? What happened in 1929 was a war. It was a war. As a matter of fact, preceding the About Women War of 1929, there was one. You see this your Goldie market here. Gate. Something happened. Calabar market women in 1925. But you will not get that record. You are talking about human rights and social justice. You see what the people have suffered during colonial rule. The market was around that beach area, the beach market area. The women were paying taxes, market rates, with no infrastructure in place. They protested. The chief that allocated this piece of land where this Goldie market is was deposed by colonial administration for supporting the women. You will pay me extra for that. Now, your study is historicizing human rights struggle. You stopped at military rule. Are there no cases of human rights abuses in civilian administration in Nigeria since 1999? I don't want to take you too far. You are still young. You may not know what happened in 1999, but at least from 2015, were there no human rights cases?
Yes, sir. There were cases of human rights abuse from 1999 even to date.
But they are not in your work.
I mentioned there are two cases I stated there as examples.
We don't have it. You said military regimes and repression. Don't you have repression in civilian rule? I don't have it. I don't have it here. Well, let other colleagues continue.
Thank you, sir.
Alex, well done. You know, I have a background in history, and I also have a background in peace and conflict studies. And I want to believe that approach and methodology sharply differs, you know, which is very glaring in your paper. I don't want to call it a paper, but let me just call it your paper. We've seen outline beautifully, you know, done, and introduction. An abstract is not there, which to me is not really that important. If you can squeeze in every element that is supposed to feature there, you know, into your introduction. Unfortunately, I have not seen, you know, those elements here. And it makes it a bit difficult to follow your line of argument. If someone asks, how did you go about doing this work? Nobody may know, apart from the fact that you keep repeating Professor Eze everywhere. So I presume that you must have borrowed a lot, you know, from that text. No reference, you know, no approach, no structure. Your style is, you know, just like the ones of the honorable justices of the appeal court, you know, plenty talk. But I think the good thing is that you were able to at least communicate your thoughts, and you did a wonderful, you know, presentation, right? So almost everything that is here, you've summarized it there, you know, and it's a plus, right? After all, the organizers call this event public speaking. So you've done perfectly well on that regard, right? Yeah. I cannot speak well, I can write well. But it appears you can speak very well, but you need to do a bit more on your, you know, writing, especially the structuring. Well done.
Thank you, sir. Concerning that particular writing, I think one of the participants also made made mention of that. Though I won't say it's an excuse, because we actually prepared, for me personally, I actually prepared that, like what I would say, since it's public speaking. So it was after the meeting yesterday with the judges that we are made to understand that we'll submit our research paper.
You understand?
Okay.
That's
Thank
what
you,
he
sir.
was saying. So for me, I just echo what they have said. And generally congratulate all of you, because I'm happy that within a very short period of time, we are able to put up something. You know, we are academics. We like seeing this. So congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
Put your hands together for Alex once again. Thank you very much, Alex, for that wonderful presentation. And thank you so much, our judges, for the wonderful works that you are doing. Young Historian Competition. Young Historian Competition. The keeper of African history. All right, I have another question for the audience, both online and those present here. So I don't know who is going to answer my question. My question is a quote. I'm going to make a quote, then I want you to identify in which day the quote was made and what was the circumstance behind the quote. And who made the quote, yeah. So here's the quote. I have fought against white domination, and I fought against black domination. I've cherished the ideals of a democratic society where everyone lives in harmony and with equal opportunities. This is an ideal I hope to die for. This is an ideal I hope to live for. But if need be, this is an ideal I'm prepared to die. Who made the statement? With, thank you. On his what? Death? No. No, some of you are browsing. Eh? Okay, you are browsing. What was the circumstance? I caught you. Yeah, it was Nelson Mandela, April 20th, 1964, at the Rinvonial trial. That was a 3-hour speech he gave before he was sentenced to 27 years imprisonment. Don't worry, I'm going to come to you. Okay, those online, tell us where you're watching from, engage us in the comment chat, and the hashtag is still YHC2023. You can pull up your phones, take a selfie, post it, Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, and that hashtag is very important. And make sure you're following us. You can also subscribe to our YouTube channel to get the highlights of all the series of events that happen in this competition, right? Okay, we're moving to the next speaker right now, and it's getting hotter. And I'm really impressed by the way these young historians are presenting their, they are giving their presentation. And I'm really looking forward to the 4 that will make it to the next stage. Okay, we have a female now, all the way from Usman Dan Fodio University, Sokoto. Wow, put your hands together for her. Do you know where Sokoto is? How many of us have been in Sokoto before? Oh, wow. You can tell the story, right? It's not a journey of, if you are going by road, that's 2 days or so. 2 days, yeah. Okay, we have Rose John from Usman Dan Fodio University, and she is going to be talking about cultural heritage and national identity, exploring the preservation of Nigerians' cultural heritage and its significance in shaping a national identity. Can you put your hands together for her? Put your hands together for her. This young lady is fire. During the international competition, she was giving me fire for fire, fire for fire. And I'm looking forward to her A game. I know she's coming to give it hot, hot. Put your hands together for her. Some of you are stingy with this free clapping. Yeah.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'd love you all to close your eyes for a moment and envision a place where ancient kingdoms rise majestically, where the air is filled with the aroma of rich spices and flavors, and where the colors of traditional attires paint a picture of heritage and pride. Now open your eyes to Nigeria, a land where tapestries unravel, revealing the secrets of a nation's soul. My name is John Toyo Rose, and today we'll be embarking on a journey to explore the captivating world of Nigeria's cultural heritage and its profound significance in shaping our national identity. Our cultural heritage is the living legacy of our ancestors, a tapestry woven with the threads of their beliefs, arts, customs, and traditions. These elements are not merely relics of the past, but they are living expressions of our collective identity, connecting us to our roots and giving us a sense of continuity in an ever-changing world. Nigeria's cultural heritage is a mosaic of intricate craftsmanship, rhythmic beats, and vibrant colors. It is seen in the flamboyant attires worn during traditional festivals, the captivating stories told through dance and theater, the resonating beats of our traditional music, the diverse languages spoken, Berom, Efik, Ibibio, Hausa, Igbo, among many other languages spoken, and even the numerous festivals which we celebrate, such as the Oshun Oshogbo Festival, the Oyo Festival of Lagos State, the Argungu Fishing Festival, the Durbar Festival of the Northern States, amongst many other festivals celebrated in Nigeria. Our cultural heritage tells a story of resilience, creativity, and the collective spirit which has shaped our nation. The preservation of Nigeria's cultural heritage is not only talking about safeguarding artifacts, safeguarding traditions, but it is also, and very importantly, talking about preserving our national identity. It is our cultural heritage that forms the very foundation of our sense of belonging and unity as Nigerians. It reminds us of our shared history, the values that binds us together, transcending ethnic, religious, or regional boundaries. And it is also the pride we feel in our diverse cultures. It is essential that our cultural heritage is preserved because it ensures that the future generation have a connection to their roots, allowing them to understand the struggles and achievements of our ancestors, as well as appreciate the beauty of our tradition. It also serves as a bridge between the past, present, and future, providing us with valuable lessons and guiding us through the complexities of the modern world. In addition, our cultural heritage is a wellspring of innovation and creativity. Traditional arts and crafts like intricate beading, weaving, pottery, all embody centuries of ingenuity and creativity, serving as a source of inspiration to writers, artists, and entrepreneurs alike. More so, the preservation of our cultural heritage has economic significance. So cultural tourism, driven by the appreciation of our diverse heritage, has the potential to generate revenue, to create employment, as well as drive sustainable development. By investing in the preservation of our cultural sites, festivals, and traditions, we can unlock the economic potential of our cultural heritage, benefiting both local communities and the nation as a whole. It is through this preservation, the preservation of our cultural heritage, that we foster a strong national identity built upon the pillars of our cultural diversity and unity. Over time, Nigeria has faced challenges which has posed threats to the preservation of its cultural heritage, such as the looting of the Benin bronzes during the said punitive expedition of 1897, also the thefts of the Ife bronze heads, the Nok terracotta, among other treasures looted during the colonial period. The British colonial government bringing in their language, English language, as the official language to be used in schools, putting our indigenous languages at the risk of extinction. There was also the Civil War of 1967 to 1970, which saw to the destruction of monuments, artifacts, and other archaeological sites. However, individual Nigerians and Nigeria as a nation has made efforts in the preservation of its cultural heritage. Individuals like Nike Okundaye Davis, Chimamanda Adichie, Ben Enwonu, and many other individuals who has been promoting Nigerian culture through textile designs, their dressing, their literary works, art forms, and among other things. Nigeria as a nation has also contributed to the preservation, has also made efforts in the preservation of its cultural heritage, such as the establishment of NCMM in 1959 to oversee the preservation and promotion of Nigeria heritage, the creation of the establishment of museums all over Nigeria, the traditional festivals which we still celebrate today, and currently Nigeria is making efforts in retrieving back its stolen bronzes. All these are efforts, successful efforts made by Nigerians in Nigeria in preserving its cultural heritage. Nevertheless, in our contemporary society, the preservation of Nigeria's cultural heritage is not without its own challenges, such as rapid urbanization and unchecked development, limited funding and inadequate infrastructure, and the lack of awareness, especially among the younger generation, leading to the extinction of our cultural heritage. This is seen in their preference for Western style of dressing, music, dance, and their gradual loss of fluency in their indigenous languages. Can we afford to let our ancestral languages fade away, losing the unique expression and wisdom which they hold? Or do we want the future generations to be strangers to our rich cultural tapestry? So it is our collective responsibility to work for the preservation, the maintenance, the promotion of our cultural heritage. Strategies which can be undertaken include education and awareness programs, community engagement and empowerment, digital documentation of archives to make it accessible to everybody anywhere in the world. Also, collaborating with international organizations like UNESCO and other international NGOs can provide the needed technical expertise and support for the preservation of our cultural heritage, conservation and restoration methods, which includes conducting regular checks on the condition of our heritage sites and implementing appropriate conservation measures. During the course of my research, I heard some people say that prioritizing the preservation of our cultural heritage hinders progress and development. Now, while progress and development is undoubtedly important, it is crucial to note that the preservation of our cultural heritage and modernization are not mutually exclusive. They can coexist with each other and mutually enrich each other, giving us a unique national identity. In conclusion, the preservation of our cultural heritage is not merely an act of nostalgia. It is a powerful tool for shaping our national identity. So let us carry within us the echoes of our ancestors, the rhythm of our traditions, and the pride in our cultural diversity. Let's be ambassadors, let's be guardians of our cultural heritage, ensuring that it flourishes for generations to come and continue to weave a vibrant Nigeria where our shared identity shines through. My references are Eluyemi O during his fourth Basiwal Anda Memorial Lecture on the preservation of Nigerian cultural heritage, Aremu 2008 during the preservation of land, culture and wildlife for the development of ecotourism in Africa. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much. Rose. Rose, what are you studying?
Agriculture. Agriculture.
Which? I think I can just pause here to, appreciate the organizers of this. If we had left it for disciplines that, so to, say, come to speak, we probably won't get this. This is somebody in agric managing the topic of cultural heritage, as if akin to her. Rose.
Yes, ma'am.
In addition, let me just mention that language is a critical, cultural heritage that we need to keep recommending. Most of us here don't even know where we're from. We can't even speak our languages and all that. And I'm thinking that subsequently, when you're talking cultural heritage, you should be able to, how do I call it, give examples, or you let us know step on step what you are saying, because your paper is far-fetched from your presentation. But overall, thank you so much. If somebody listens to you, they will want to be a Nigerian. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Rose.
Yes, sir.
Do you know what I want to say?
No.
Do you know what I want to say?
Definitely not.
Well, is this a case of accident of history? Is this a case of yes, you're a Nigerian.
Yes.
You see, it is a thing of joy to get someone of your generation to think and act Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir.
Rose, right?
Yes, sir.
Everyone seems to be so captivated, including myself. When we are assigned a task like this, we are supposed to be objective, and we are given some set of criteria to judge everyone that speaks and every paper that appears before us. But then I think we can still do that, right? And we can still do that objectively within the context of reflexivity. Yes, you don't need to spell out your method. You don't need to itemize your subheads, for me to decipher the structure of your presentation, the structure of your paper, right? And by your work that I have here, there are no references. Thank God you were able to read out a few, which also gives me that ample chance to be a bit subjective. Because by my imagination, what I have here is not really what you're presenting. So, of course, references carries a mark here. So you're reading it out there. So I assume that, of course, there's a reference here, and many more, okay? So deep within me, I have, manufactured a method. And I even overheard you saying during your research, right, you met people that tended to misrepresent that concept of development, that they are mutually exclusive with, preserving. And you were able to convince them that you can still preserve heritage, and then have development, and, at the end of the day, both can be mutually reinforcing, right? So I assume you did some primary research. You went to the field, you spoke to people, and you were able to assemble a lot of facts, and then embellish and presented it in such a way that, if not for the official nature of this place, some of us, would have slept off, not because you were boring, but because the content, the manner, the approach, even your gesticulation was near perfect. So let me just end there. Well done.
Thank you, sir.
Rose.
Yes, sir.
You have heard what other of my colleagues have said. While you were speaking, tears were running out of my eyes. Just say, wow, what a wonderful presenter. You are a kind of student that I would love to have in my own class.
Oh.
So from your introduction to your conclusion, you were loaded and very captivating. I want to encourage you. My first colleague asked your area of specialization. But I understand this matter at the university, the area of specialization does not really matter. And that is why you are taught general study courses. Those general study courses makes you able to grasp whatever any other discipline is doing. And I think I have seen it in you, that you are able to apply it even from your background in agriculture. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
Wow. Rose was cutting onions while she was presenting. That's very fantastic. Thank you so much, Rose, for that wonderful presentation. Okay. We're moving to the last speaker for today. Young Historian Competition. The keeper of African history. Of the greatest Nigerian student. Greatest Bobo. Greatest Gbagba. I want to yarn. I want to talk. I want to boy. All right, we just go to the last speaker for today, all the way from Adekunle Ajasin University, Ondo State, Joy Oluwatoyin Adeboye. And she's going to be speaking on corruption and governance. Yeah. Of course, I expected the reaction because this is a topic that is so dear to my heart. When in fact, it's one of the reasons why I do the things I do, because I'm so passionate about governance. And let me stop there. But then, yeah, corruption and governance, examining the historical context of corruption in Nigeria, its impact on governance and development, and efforts towards combating corruption in the present day. With a clap innovation. A clap innovation. Don't be stingy. Okay. Okay, thank you. Rose, please, you can go back. Sorry. Yeah, the judges need just a little break so that they can, move around, shake their leg. Please, a round of applause for our judges. A round of applause for our judges. They are so wonderful. Yeah, thank you. All right, we're going to take some questions now. I have many questions I want to ask you. While we're here, it's not just to listen to these participants make their presentation, but we're also here to learn. All right? Hello? Are you with me? Are you with me? Idam Fong. Some of you are not encouraging me now. Like, I expected you guys to. I was saying, how are you doing? Is that not how it's? Idangpo. Oh. Oh, okay, okay. I'm so sorry for murdering the language. Yeah. Abarie. What's the meaning? Eh? How are you? Okay, wow. That means someone actually gave me a wrong hint. Is somebody from here? Okay. Okay, okay. So, I want this to be a very interactive. Like I want people to answer. I want to test your knowledge of history. You know, the audience. Because some of you are going to be here next year, right? Some of you are going to apply for this competition. Okay, by then you've graduated. Don't worry, you guys, we don't need you guys that have graduated. People that are in 300 level, 400 level. Okay, who was the first military president of Nigeria? Military president. Rose. Rose, they say you are the first military president of Nigeria. Wow. Who? It's not actually agreeing, Rosie. It's not go on. General Ibrahim Babangida was the first military president. Agui Rosi was the first military head of state. And you know why it was like that? During IBB tenure, that was the defunct Third Republic, where there was a combination of democracy and the military, because Nigeria had a functional legislature. You know, legislature is the heart of democracy. So that was why Babangida now changed it and say he's a military president, because there was actually a legislature. They were elected House of Rep and Senate members. So that's why he's referred to as first military president of Nigeria. Yeah. Okay. Who was the only Nigerian governor, serving governor, to die in a plane crash? Who? Come on. University of Calabar, you can do more than this. Like, this school is a prestigious university, a premier university, one of the best in the country. Come on, you guys should prove it. Prove it. I want someone to tell me, who was the first governor serving that died in a plane crash? Yeah, Patrick Yakowa of Kaduna State. He died in a plane crash in Bayelsa State. Bayelsa. Who is the executive governor, the immediate past governor of Cross River State? Eh? Some of you say Ben Ayade is wrong. He's a prof. You have to put that professor. Do you know what it means to be a professor? Digital professor. Yeah. Okay, who is the current governor of what? Sweet Prince. I love that guy. That guy is so passionate. He's so. Why are you studying? I know. You're studying, and you are a politician, right? Are you among the student leaders? Okay. What your position? Wow. That's good. You are the kind of politicians that we need in Nigeria. Because I see that you are not those that will come and tell us that snakes swallowed money in an animal kingdom. Is it? Alex, you know, you were trying to say that we are in an animal kingdom. I wanted to question you. How can snakes swallow money? You know, you okay, the snakes are hungry too. Wow. To be honest, because this hunger is not only human beings that are feeling it. even animals. And that's why they are aggressive, that they can even come and swallow money. That's awesome. Okay, I want you to pull out your phones. Let's do an exercise. Your phones. Okay, they charge them. Hi. People don't have lights in Calabar. No lights. SUG president, why? You need to take the advocacy outside the school. Because some students are living off camp, right? Sure, so tell the governor or which okay, no, it's not the governor. Which distribution company is in charge of Calabar? Okay, Port Harcourt Electricity Distribution Company. Wow. We can take the advocacy to them. At Luther, we no agree. We no go agree. You must be, and as so many of you, is this exam period? Okay. But those that have their phones, let's pull out your phones. I want you to take a selfie. Take a selfie. And as you are taking the selfie, straight to social media. Facebook, Instagram, hashtag YHC2023. We want to know your reactions. How do you feel about this competition? How has it been for you so far? Have you learned anything? Just express yourself through the social media. We want to see it. We want to follow it, right? Please, let's welcome back our judges with a round of applause. They've been so wonderful. I love them so much. Welcome, sirs. Welcome. All right. You guys have proven to me that you are all very intelligent. Yeah. And our generation will save Nigeria. Do you believe? We are going to change Nigeria. Yes, even though it looks like it's difficult to find people who are going to lead that liberation at this moment. But I want you to understand that if I don't lead it, if you don't lead it, our nation will continue to be where we are. We will continue to grapple with the effects of poverty, and the next generation will ask us the same questions we are asking our fathers now. Because when I have opportunity to talk with some of the older generation, I ask them, what were you doing many years ago when these guys were going into politics, dominating everywhere? What did you do to save this country? Some of them did nothing. They were afraid to talk. But then that's not what we're talking about. So right now, we're going to the last speaker for today. I'm going to introduce her again, right? And please, I want you guys to encourage them with your claps, right? They've been so amazing. They've been so wonderful. And I'm so impressed. Like, look at the kind of talents that we have in our young people. That's what gives me hope about Nigerians' future. Because at this point, everything is increasing in Nigeria. But the only thing that is decreasing is hope. Hope. Even in the era of renewed hope, hope is decreasing. But then we must have and anchor our hope and faith in Nigerians' future in our own ability to bring about change, not in the promise of politicians. All right? Okay, Joy Oluwatoyin Adeboye from Adekunle Ajasi University, Ondo State, is going to be taking us on corruption and governance, examining the historical context of corruption in Nigeria, its impact on governance and development, and efforts towards combating corruption in the present day. Put your hands together for her as she comes up. Fire for fire. These women are fire. Fire women. Fire women. Is that just the much you can do? You can't even clap. Like, you are stingy with your hands. Unica.
It's a beautiful afternoon at the International Conference Center, University of Calabar. My name is Joy Oluwatoyin Adeboye. I am from the University of Adekunle Ajashin, Akungba Akoko, Ondo State. It's such a great privilege to be one of the top 6 finalists for the Young Historian competition. It's been a very rigorous journey, and I'm very glad to be here today as one of the top 6 finalists for the Young Historian competition. Thank you so much. Today, I will be setting the tone for the conversation on a very key and important topic that I'll be ravaging the economic development of our dear country, Nigeria: corruption and governance, examining the historical context of corruption in Nigerian governance, efforts to combat corruption in our very present day. I would like to ask everyone who is seated here today, who is responsible for corruption? Who is responsible for corruption? That is a question for every one of us to ask. There is a saying that information is power. Information is the way, the truth, the light. But it is so pathetic that we youth of these days, we have lost the historical context of our governance. In light of that, I want everybody here today to have a reflective thinking on what brought about corruption in Nigeria. And I'll be stating clearly that corruption is foundational in Nigerian economic and political development. It is no longer about the post-independence Nigeria, the military, the civilian, the pre-colonial or the colonial administration in Nigeria. Corruption is absolutely foundational in Nigeria. In light of that, I'll be examining the historical context of corruption in Nigerian governance, causes of corruption in Nigerian governance, way forward to addressing corruption in Nigerian governance, and what we can do as the citizens of Nigeria. I embarked on so much research in order to unravel the causes of corruption in Nigeria, because many of us are targeted to just one single person to be responsible for corruption. And what is corruption? Corruption can be defined as a criminal and dishonest act that is perpetrated by an individual who is in a position of authority in order to extract illicit benefit for somebody. And what is governance? Governance has been defined as a structure and processes that ensures accountability, transparency, inclusiveness, and broad-based participation. But it is so quite unfortunate that what defines good governance in Nigerian political and economic development is lacking. A child as young as 5 years knows that corruption lies in Nigeria's governance. A country that has high rates of corruption in our system will fail to deliver the mandate to the people whom he or she have elected into a position of authority. According to the United Nations survey in 2017, gave the causes of corruption in Nigeria. And what are the causes? Greediness and ostentatious desire for material need. Another cause is weak democracy. Another cause of these actions is lack of humanity in you. So, corruption is no longer about you stealing public money. But when you fail to deliver your mandate, according to my lecturer from the Department of History at Ajash University, Dr. Abraham Sunday, when you fail to deliver your mandate to the people, you are a corrupt person. I experienced first-hand corruption on my way to Calabar last 2 days, and it is so quite pathetic that corruption is no longer about our leaders again, but every one of us who are sitting down here today. Corruption is foundational. What are the corruption that lies in the pre-colonial era of Nigeria? We all know about the slave trade. Exploitative taxation were the two prominent forms of corruption. And during the colonial regime, we all know about the indirect route system and the extractions of Nigerian resources, exploitative taxation and derivations of revenue. Now, let's come down home as a way of domestication. Where did Nigeria get it wrong? We got it wrong through our public service. Our public service has been monopolized by our politicians and our leader. According to Parhal Kelgard, he said that those whom we elect into the political offices are very critical in determining the level of corruption in governance. Governance is everybody's business. It is no longer about whom he's, no longer about party again. We all experience first-hand governance in every of our daily life. In light of that, what are the effects of corruption? Corruption undermines the development of any country. According to PLO Lumumba, the anti-corruption professor in Kenya, it undermines the development of any country. It puts the country's security at stake. It undermines democracy. The voice of people will not be heard. Poverty will increase in the land. And I would like to say this loud and clear today. Poverty is not the problem of Nigeria, but corruption is the problem of Nigeria. One of those problems is the oil boom in 1970s. Instead of using these resources to develop the country, our politicians siphoned off this money into their various pockets. And I would like to ask every one of us here today, corruption has a lot of impacts on our governance. That is why majority of us are still here in school, spending 5 years course, becoming 7 years. It is because of corruption, and you will agree with me because of that. On my research to Criminal and Documentation Center in Idimu, Lagos, Dr. Raphael James, he told me to address corruption in Nigeria, it is a long way process. It is not really long, but it lies with you and I. And what can we do to combat corruption in Nigeria? But before that, there are many efforts that have been made by past leaders in Nigeria to address corruption. In 1983, ex-President Muhammadu Buhari initiated war against the discipline. Why? In order to punish all politicians who has siphoned off this country's money into their own personal pockets. ESCC and ICPC. ESCC was established in 2002. ICPC was established in 2000 so as to combat and prosecute anyone who is found guilty in any act of corruption. Our leaders have really tried to combat corruption in this country. Yes, corruption exists in every part of Nigeria. But do you know that there are countries in Africa that are experiencing first-hand change of low level of corrupt practices? Mauritius, Rwanda, Botswana, this country, go to their country, they are practicing high level of democracy. When corruption exists in the land, there will be low participation of democracy. Let's look at what happened during the last election. We saw everything that happened with our eyes. But because corruption has been institutionalized into Nigerian system, it is so difficult for us. Institutionalization of corruption is a challenge to combat corruption in Nigeria. Corruption has eaten so deep into our fabric Nigerian system that even when you see the truth, it will be so difficult to say it. Whistleblowers protection is another way in which our government has been able to combat corruption. Legislative reforms has been what our government has been able to do to combat reforms. As I draw the line to my conclusion, what can we do to address corruption in Nigeria? To address corruption in Nigeria, like I said, it lies with you and I. I experienced first-hand corruption one week at the Lagos Immigration Center, Ikoyi, and at the airport on my way coming to Calabar yesterday. Officials collecting bribes on what is not even needed. You are an SUG leader, you are a representative of one place, the VC of the university, and you are not accountable to the people. You are a corrupt person. What can we do? What can we do? In 2016, Professor PLO Lumumba, he was invited to the legislative meeting for the ECOWAS to speak on corruption in West African countries. And he gave key examples on how we can combat corruption. And one of those key ways is we must strengthen our institutions. What are these institutions? These are the institutions that are legislating against corruption in the country, which are the police, the armed forces. Another point is that anybody falling in the hand of act of corruption must be properly punished. We must suffocate any corrupt individuals. They must pay for their sins. Tribalism must be properly addressed in Nigeria. In conclusion, I believe in a country whereby my right to be properly respected. I see the new Nigeria whereby to be declared free. Hi, Joy Adeboye Oluwatoyin. I stand stand against corruption, and I'm sure that you too will also stand against it. Thank you.
Lady Joy. Hello, Lady Joy.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you for acknowledging my senior colleague. Your head of department is the PRO of Historical Society of Nigeria. It tells me that he's doing a good job because you keep mentioning him. Thank you very much. Joy, let me ask you sincerely. Your topic says corruption and governance, examining the historical context of corruption in Nigeria, its impact on governance and development, and effort towards combating corruption in present day. Do you think the stage we're in Nigeria today, corruption can be combated?
I believe in a true Nigeria. If corruption cannot be combated in Nigeria, I will not be standing here to speak today. Countries like Botswana, Mauritius, Rwanda, go to these countries. They are working because their leaders mean that we want to end corruption in Nigeria. Parhal Kelga said our leaders are very important in determining the level of corruption. So, if you are a leader in any position, you saying no to any form of dishonest acts is the beginning to end corruption.
Sorry. Let me just ask a last question. I'm just a bit interested. You are a student, and you have journeyed this far with this young historian competition, and you have found yourself in the quarterfinals in University of Calabar, and you have been asked to speak on a topic that revolves around corruption. When you leave here and go back to Adekunle Ajasin University, is that it? What are you going to do differently? What are you going to say differently after this experience?
Thank you very much for that question, ma'am. I am not here to preach about myself, but those who knows me in my community, I stand for what I preach. From your actions and what you do, people can know whom you are. With that, you will influence whom they are. I was once laughed in my department for not participating or talking during the examination and practices. I feel so satisfied with that because I see it as corrupt acts. I stand with my truths. With that, people will emulate me.
Olori. What's your other name?
Olori. Oluwatoyi.
Yeah, Olori Tobi, right? You don't want to marry an Oba? Why? Obas are corrupt. It's all right. Your presentation was wonderful. We could see the energy. We could see the passion. But I am thinking that there are no theories. You don't have a theory. Your referencing are all italicized. Probably it's corruption if you don't italicize them. Don't mind me. Relax. I'm looking at this. I have two theories here. Principal agent theory of corruption by Ronald Coase, where a principal corrupts and the agent is corrupted. Then the principal lacks the moral rectitude to enforce any anti-corruption law. Is that the case in Nigeria?
Yes. That is the case in Nigeria.
And there's also collective action theory.
Yes.
Now, have you seen a co-authored work on corruption and nation building since 2015? Published by Humanist Discourse, Ado Ekiti, Redeemer University. You've not? Go and look for it. One P.O. Ode, Ella, and Utulu. They all thought that. Go and look at it. It will enrich your work. Huh?
Thank you, sir.
In all of this, as young historians, we have a responsibility to build a better Nigeria. You preach what you teach. But unfortunately, you are dressing like an Olori, but you don't want to be an Olori. In any case, well done.
Thank you, sir.
Oluwatoyin, thank you for the wonderful presentation. It was an encapsulation of both the practice of public speaking and academic presentation. So I give it to you, well done. And critically assessing the content of your paper, to me, my subjective opinion, it's the best we have here. That's my opinion. Of course, some of the judges are disagreeing. Okay, at least there is this level of synergy, and coherence. You said this is what I want to do, and all that you intended reflected, in the content of the paper. I'm not expecting anything perfect. Of course, it's a journey. Probably if you continue this way the next 5 years, who knows, you may be seated here, you may be the one seated here, in subsequent events like this. The few reservations I may have been, echoed already. So I should just look for a question to ask so you can bolster your point. Question. What do I even ask? Okay, one of the presidential candidates of the past presidential election made an analogy. He was asked about his preferred approach to combating corruption, right? And he said that he is a trader, right? That as a trader, he wouldn't like to lock up his shop just to pursue one criminal that picked or stole a particular good, from his shop, right? What do you make of that analogy?
Okay, I'll make references to my lecturers because I consulted them on this topic. Dr. Abraham from the Department of History in HAUA, he said that for corruption to be properly addressed in Nigeria, it must come from deliberate action, positive action, you saying no to that thing, imbibing morality in you as a cloth. That's just the analogy to the answer, sir. My lecturer from the Department of History and International Studies at Adekunle Ajash University, Dr. Abraham Sunday, he says that for corruption to be properly addressed in a country, it must come from a deliberate and positive action. You saying no to what you don't want. And that is the way forward to address corruption.
So I admire you the way you make reference to your lecturer every time and call his name. Of course, as I'm sitting here, I was recommended by my former student. I see you making good recommendation concerning your lecturer. Thank you very much. You've had a wonderful presentation. You've shown confidence and passion. You've also told us, I've also read, the effort that the federal government have made to combat corruption. Do you think that the EFCC have the capacity to combat corruption in Nigeria when we have cases where they have retrieved loots from people and then it is being looted again, even within the EFCC agency itself? So do you think that the EFCC, the ICPC have the capacity to combat corruption? If no, what do you suggest from your lecturer? Maybe he can help.
As a philosopher in the making, I was trained to criticize. But this is a public speaking. We need to be very careful with what we say. ESCC and many, like I say, institutionalization of corruption in Nigeria. When I say institutionalization of corruption in Nigeria, it is not only about ESCC alone, ICPC and police. They're part of the corrupt people. But ESCC has been designed to investigate corrupt practices on economic and prosecute every offenders. Leadership is one of the problems we have in this country. If the head is working very fine, other parts of the body will be working well. It's a shame on us that the chairperson for EFCC in Nigeria is being investigated for corrupt practices. I was at the immigration office last week, and I was to pay some amount of money so that I wouldn't get delayed. And I told him, why should I pay money? I just came here right now, so what am I paying for? I should stay here. I said no, I would not do that act. So whom we elect into all our political offices are very important. And I will make reference to Kurt Scopper, a political analyst. He says that corruption will thrive when the gain is multiplied by the possibility of not being caught. That is, when you engage yourself in corrupt practices and you know you will not be caught, corruption will definitely thrive. Whomsoever that we have in our elected positions must deliver the responsibility with mandates. Our politicians are the greatest problem of this country. And I recommend that history should be brought back to our educational system, so as to foster the spirit of nationalism. Everybody knows I am a straightforward person. I won't compromise. So if you meet someone like me in a position of authority today, I'm sorry to say, joy will never compromise. And if I become ESCC official today, lastly, they will remove me because I will not succumb to what they want.
Olori. Olori. Now, the energy is good. I want to end my comment session with this quote by Marcus Aurelius. He said, "We find the philosopher king the ruler who preferred the solitude of the student to the splendor of the palace, the soldier who loved the arts of peace better than the glory of war. What is your assessment of this in the Nigerian context? Olori, don't worry. The point is, your advocacy for anti-corruption is well taken note of. And we hope that your involvement in the Nigerian project will yield fruit. Thank you.
Is that all you can do? You can do better than that. That was so inspiring, right? And while this section was going on, I was just reflecting and rethinking. Dr. Oba raised the question, and I think every one of us needs to also understand this. He said, at the level where corruption is now, do you think it's possible to combat corruption in Nigeria? I've asked myself that question a lot of times. And last year, I was at the EFCC. We went to the EFCC on a study tour, the Legislative Mentorship Initiative. I was one of the selected fellows. I went to EFCC with a lot of questions. But when I was coming back, I came back with more questions, and I didn't get the answers of the ones I went with. Yeah. But then, I think Joy said it. She said it all. It depends on you. Because if you want to unpack corruption in Nigeria, a lot of us look at corruption as embezzlement of funds. But then, every day in our systems, there are acts of corruption, even perpetrated by students like us. Everybody. So it has to start with you. What do you want to, who are you? What are the values that defines your priorities? Who do you want to be? These are the questions you need to keep asking yourself. When you find yourself in these positions, who do you want to be? And I want to close this section like what I'm saying. The last election that happened in Nigeria, Abia State particularly, because I'm from Abia State, right? The woman, the professor, the current vice chancellor of Futo, that was the INEC state rec for that election of Abia State. I remember there was a pressure on her to compromise. But I think she said something that stuck with me. She said, I've spent a larger part of my adult life pursuing the ideals of truth, honesty, values, integrity. And he said, these are ideals I want to continue to live for. And as for this election, the mandate of the people must count. She stood her ground. Today, there are a lot of celebrations in Abia State. I know, Abia has been badly governed, but there's a lot of celebrations in Abia. And I was thinking, I was just thinking that what if that woman was not the rec? Probably they will announce another person, they will go to court, and that ends. So it all depends on you. And that's why the Young Historian Competition, we want to use this competition, to drive ideologies that concretize commitment, integrity, honesty. Because I believe that history can be used to promote patriotism and nationalism. So if there is nothing you learn from here today, you need to learn that you, not anybody outside, you are the person that is going to end corruption. First by saying, I am not going to be a corrupt person no matter the situation. Right, so thank you so much to all our 6 participants. They've been so wonderful. I'm so impressed by the passion and the energy that they invested into the presentation. And I'm hopeful about Nigerians' future, seeing these ones and how they've presented today. Okay, so we've come to the end of their presentation. And right now, we are going to have We're going to give the judges more a little time to put the results together. And while that is going on, we're going to have the online voting up now. So what you're going to do is the link will be displayed. You click the link. You already know them, right? And how they presented. And I want you to make your decision of voting. Assess all of them. Don't make the decision based on who you want or your preferred person or your brother, but make the decision based on how they presented. You've already seen the format of our analysis and the judges, like what we use to judge the criteria and all the rest of that. So you can also scan the QR code as well, to be able to make that vote. Okay, we also have the plenary section that is going to be coming shortly. So this section, we're going to use it to round up. It's going to be a conversation about the relevance of Nigerian history, particularly from the Fourth Republic. And it's going to be, our panelists will be our judges. So we're looking forward to their intellectual conversation and what we are going to learn from them. What we're going to take home from today's event. Now, the winners of this competition, the winners of this stage will move to the next stage of the competition. That's the semi-final stage, which will also be the best stage, and it's going to be happening live at the University of Nigeria and Soka. So if you are not able to come there, you can follow us on our social media. Please don't leave here without following us. I'm pleading with you, Restored Heart Foundation. Just type it on Facebook, on Twitter, Instagram. You're going to see us. Just click that follow button. You're going to get more information, more updates from us, all right? So please, you can do that now if you have internet, and continue to follow us. And you can also follow the University of Nigeria Soka program on our YouTube channel, right? Right now, we are going to go, the voting, you can see the link on the screen, so you can just vote. So we'll go on a short break while we'll give the judges time to put the results together, because we are going to announce the results here, and the people that move to the next stage, we know themselves. And as well, don't go have the final section, which is the plenary section. It's not going to take time. We just want to hear the thoughts of the judges concerning this topic of history. That's all for now. So we'll go for a short break, and when we come back,
yes, we are the future. Arise, O compatriots. Young historians, tell me the story now. Our history is our pride. Diverse in culture, yes, we are the future. Arise, O compatriots. Young historians, tell me the story now. Yes, we are the future.
Young Historian Competition, the keeper of African history.
Looking at the past we're coming from tells us who we are, where we're going to, the struggles, all the battles and the pain. We're in the fatherland, right where we belong. Let's take a journey back there to where it all began. Let's know the history of a great Nigeria. We're like a strong tree with roots so thick and deep. We know who we are, we know where we're from.
Arise, O compatriots. Young historians, tell me the story now. Our history Yes, we are the future.
As we have read all the stories written down by all our elders, we will tell all the tales to our younger generation. We're like a strong tree with roots so thick and deep. We know who we are, we know where we're from.
Arise, O compatriots, young historians, tell me the story now. Our history is our pride. Diverse in culture, yes, we are the future. Arise, O compatriots, young historians, tell me the story now. Our history is our pride. Diverse in culture, yes, we are the future. Arise, O compatriots, young historians, tell me the story now. Diverse in culture, yes, we are the future.
Young Historian Competition, the keeper of African history.
Looking at the past we're coming from tells us who we are, where we're going to, through the struggles, all the battles and the pain. We're in the fatherland, right where we belong. Let's take a journey back there to where it all began. Let's know the history of a great Nigeria. We're like a strong tree with roots so thick and deep. We know who we are, we know where we're from.
Arise, O compatriots, young historians, tell me the story now. Our history is our pride. Diverse in culture, yes, we are the future.
As we have read all the stories written down by all our elders, we will tell all the tales to our younger generation. We're like a strong tree.
Okay, thank you very much. Can we have one house? Thank you, thank you, thank you. And I really appreciate all of you for the patience and staying long. And I believe you've learned a lot of things, right? So now we want to talk about the relevance of history in Nigeria, particularly looking at the Fourth Republic, right? And to be in this panel, I'm going to welcome Dr. Oba. Dr. Oba, let's put our hands together for her. Come on, put your hands together for her. I also want to make welcome to the stage Reverend Jewel. Put your hands together for Reverend Jewel. I want to make welcome Mr. Charles Epo. Put your hands together for Mr. Charles. Come on, you're not clapping? And finally, Dr. Patrick Ode. But this is corruption, actually. You people did not shout like this when I called you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, sirs and ma'ams. It's a privilege to have you guys on this panel. Thank you. And we want to look at the relevance of history in Nigeria, particularly from the Fourth Republic, but there is no restriction to our conversation. Probably I'm just going to ask a few questions and I would love to hear your thoughts about it. The transition from military rule to democracy in 1999 was a defining moment for Nigerian history. Particularly, it was the beginning of an era, the longest uninterrupted democracy we've ever had since 1960. Right? Looking at all the things that has transpired from that point, from trying to establish economic blueprint to all the political higi-haga that we have to fight, electoral violence, transition from one ruling party to another. So I'm going to come to Dr. Oba now. How has all this shaped the country's current political, economic, and social landscape? Like all the things that has happened from 1999 to now in our democracy, economy, and the social environment at large.
Okay, we're trying to find out how all these events have shaped the
political, economic, and social landscape in Nigeria.
Now, I guess the first theme is the relevance of history in all this.
Yeah.
If we understand history as a reconstruction of the past, and then from the period we are talking about, you see that not much has changed. We're just going around in vicious circles, doing almost the same thing but with different faces. Not much has changed. Is it the economic policy from one leadership to another? What are we doing differently? Politically, it's from one party to another, almost the same face. Why? Because you have people decamping from here, the same set of people going to this other party to do the same thing or do something different but with the same motive. What has really changed? If as a person I had to, reconstruct the history of this period, I am sure that if I were to get sources, I'll not forget oral sources, and most of them would just be these everyday people, not those in politics, not those who have managed the affairs of Nigeria because their perspective is different. And they are mostly elitist. But when you research from below, you become aware of some of the things we originally don't take note of. So if I'm talking from a common man's parlance, not much has changed. That's why you hear a typical Nigerian person will tell you, what is the difference? Not the same people. Economic, political, whatever, not the same people. Nothing has changed. That's my own understanding historically.
Wow.
Looking at this.
Wow. Thank you very much, Dr. Oba. I hope we're listening to the conversation. She said from her own point of view or opinion, nothing has actually changed. We're still running around the same vicious cycle, doing nothing. And I quite agree with you, ma. That's the reality in our country today. So, Reverend Drew, I'm going to come to you. Some analysts has opined that one of the fundamental reasons why Nigeria has failed to develop is because of the failure of our successive leaders and also Nigerians to learn from the lessons of history, right? So I don't know, do you think history has a relationship with development? Is there a way we can use history to drive development in the Nigerian context?
Thank you very much for the question. I think that assertion is very true. Because history is supposed to help us to connect the past experiences to the present. And from there, it will help us to think of how we can apply the positive lessons there for the future. But like she has said, The only thing we have achieved, even moving from, is just moving from. That was why I asked the question in the other session, if there is any difference between civilian rule and democratic rule. The problem we have now is that we have not really come into the period to enter into a democratic rule. So history is supposed to help us. I did geology. We did what we call paleobiology, paleontology. Paleontology is the study of the past, which helps us to predict the future. So like they are talking about climate change, that people will be talking about, is from the past. So if we have learned from the past of our governance, how what we did help us to fail, we will have to change. You cannot do the same thing or use the same method for the same thing and expect to have a change. So it is, if we look back and say, when we did this thing like this 20 years ago, this is what we suffered. So we cannot go that way again. That is history. That is what history helps us. It helps us to change direction or try another tactics. And so I believe that history would have helped us. If we have fallen back to it, it would have helped us to know that the things we are doing now were the same things we did maybe in the 1960s that led to even the civil war that we had. So this is where history would have helped us. Thank you very much.
Wow, thank you so much, Doctor. So I'm moving to Mr. Charles now. Mr. Charles, I want to understand, is it possible that history can serve as a motivating factor in our march towards creating institutions and consciousness that propel people to make progress? Is it possible?
That's a thought-provoking question. And I think I would say yes. And that comes from my perspective of history as a memory, right? For you to be conscious of where you are, for you to be conscious of who you are, why you are, where you are at that moment, is a defining factor for your sanity. The moment you blink, you start asking, where am I? You know, who are these people? What am I doing here? What is going on here? It shows that you're disconnected, from your past. That makes your presence to be very, very difficult for you, meaning you don't even know what you're going to do next. So there's what we call institutional culture, democratic culture, political culture, and these are an accumulation of, certain, behavior, certain patterns, of doing things over a period of time. So you keep doing it, and at a point in time, it becomes a part of you. Yeah. That is where history comes in. This is how we've been doing it over time, and we've discovered that it works. So it is in our best interest to ensure that we sustain this culture. Okay, we've been doing it this way, and it's not working. I think it's in our best interest, to expunge, these certain elements of, practice that, is not yielding the kind of results, we want. Yes, history on that regard is very, very important, in shaping, institutional culture, what do we expect from certain institutions? How are the people, who behaved in a certain, pattern? Let's say, what was the result they were able to, make of such, behavior? And how can, such pattern, help to model, the present, institutions, right? Yeah. And don't forget that the way of transmitting those behaviors, comes through agents of socializations. Of which the school, where history is taught, is, a primary agent in that category.
Yeah. Wow, thank you so much, Dr. Charles. Okay, Dr. Patrick, I took a course some time ago, the African history through the lens of economics with London Business School, Wheeler Institute. And all through the course, all the materials we used, all the professors that taught us were all white people, right? And then after the course, I was trying to ask myself, why is it that other people are telling us our story? The papers we use, all the recommended textbooks, all written by white people. There was no African professor teaching us about African history. So as a doctor, an academician, I don't know, how do you think history can be made more relevant in the life of young people? And what are the rules of the academians? Have they failed us, or are they setting the pace that we can follow? Or is it that they are not documenting our history? I don't know.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Your choice, your enrollment in that school or that program is because you decided to explore your economy of choice. Now, you having Eurocentric scholars teaching you at that level, what does that tell you? Africans or Nigerians per se needs a committed decolonization process, especially intellectually. Because until you tell your story, whatever is said about you will be an approximation or a distorted version of your story. Now, the European will tell you all the evils. They will even manufacture more evils and teach you, hold you perpetually docile, disempower you, so that whatever they feed you, you take it hook, line, and sinker. The academia, Nigerian academia or African academia, have not failed. This issue of this dependency syndrome over time, where our overdependence on European ideas, values, have erupted or disrupted our value system to the point that scholarship, let me tell you, we live in a society where first degree to PhD, University of Calabar. Now, people within this learning environment will not take me seriously. If somebody goes to, let's say, Chicago State University for a master's degree, that person is of high premium than a PhD holder that studied in a Nigerian public university. What does that tell you? Our value system. We devalue ourselves to the point that whatever is brought in, you can imagine the scandal that the Chicago State University is facing at the moment. If you are into academics, like my colleagues are very much aware, there is a Bay list where somebody sat somewhere and compiled names of journals and publishing institutions and said they are predatory. A subjective presentation. Nobody is querying it. My institution is using a biased, a jaundiced compilation to assess even institutional-based research outputs. So, it is not the Nigerian or African academia that has failed her generation, but the system, our leaders. So one of the presenters mentioned leadership. Our leaders, somebody wants to become president, he goes to Chatham House to engage, rather than engaging in Nigeria. You see, but come to think of it, the kind of leadership we have is a reflection of the followership. So the issue of failed leadership is a joint responsibility. Now, my final shot is this. There are research outputs, several research outputs, and even more to come. But the issue of funding. You are a Nigerian. How many years has ASU been on strike since 2015? How many times has ASU gone on strike since 2019? The silence of the great year that has beclouded the Nigerian university system, of course, is an indication that at any point in time there will be an explosion. So, if indigenous scholars are putting up their own effort to see how they can build this system, and the enabling environment is not provided, definitely, it is an aberration for you to go and study about African economy in a foreign land. It is an aberration. That alone is an indication of a failed system. Will a white man come to Africa? Will he come to Egypt to come and learn about Western civilization? He will not. Let me tell you, if you go to any of the European universities, these these major ivory towers, you get information about your own community more than what you have here.
Yeah.
And even when they come in to do research, your people will open up to tell them so many things that they will not want to tell you. Complex. Look, you see, the problem is comprehensive. It does not have a linear approach to it. You must look at it from all fronts. But by and large, at our own level, despite these challenges, the Nigerian or indigenous scholars are trying and making their efforts.
Wow, thank you, sir. And the last thing you said, actually, that we give them information about our communities. When I finished the course, they give us another opportunity, like a month later, to become African Research Counselors, the ambassadors. And that way we sample 3 communities. We're going to do research on 3 communities and give them information. So for me, for the first time in my life, I have to go back to start asking the history of my own community because I want to submit it to the white man. You know, that whole learning process was, I was passionate though because I'm curious to learn, like I have this curiosity to acquire the knowledge. But then I'm also thinking in the process. So this is how this systemic colonization has been happening, and it seems like it's going to continue happening, and there is no sight of it stopping. But then that's not what I want to discuss. I'm just coming to the final question, and which I will throw the same question to every one of us. Right? This is a gathering of young people, and it's obvious that our generation is losing touch of history. I was at the Nigerian Army Resource Center to take a tour of what happened in the Nigerian Civil War and even the coup. The military officer, he's in my generation, the millennial, that was taking us on the tour. When he started talking about the 1966 coup, I felt so bad. I wanted to object him because I've read the account of that coup, but he was interpreting it from an ethnic perspective, and we were 36. Last year I was selected as a mentee of Federal Speaker Femi Gbajabiamila, so we went to different public institutions on a study tour. We were from 36 states of Nigeria, and imagine an Hausa man, a Yoruba man, hearing the Igbos took a coup to kill all their leaders and they preserved their own leaders. That was the explanation the man was giving. And I felt so sober, right? So my question to you, and I want you guys to listen, please, it's very important, is looking at Nigeria today and how this our generation has lost touch of history. Do you entertain any fear about our future? Because when we don't learn the lessons of the past, we'll continue to roll in the same vicious cycle. But we are clamoring for change. We want to change. We are passionate. We want to see something different, but we are doing the same things. So do you see any hope? And what would be your advice to these young people of my generation today?
Well, I see a hope. I honestly do see a hope. You know, the way history is, you don't just sit down and make broad generalizations. If change begins with one person, I see a hope. That's on the sidelines. I also want to let the students know that I think one of the first things that is going to help them is just sincerity. They are not sincere about a lot of things. You see a student, cannot even answer a name from their place. They call it native. They call it, they call it local. Just a little sincerity. Why? Because when you're sincere to yourself, you can face some things. You can say no to some things. You can agree to some things. You're saying something about a military man. It's a perspective. Just like he's delivering his perspective, another person can deliver their perspective. Do you understand me? Yeah. When other people are silent about their perspectives, that's where some of these problems come in. I don't know whether you understand me.
Yeah.
I have a hope for tomorrow. In fact, I have a big hope for Nigeria. I really do. I have a big hope for them. They should be sincere with themselves. Somebody is not sincere and wants to excel. How? Excellence comes with a little bit of hard work. Nothing good comes, easy. We sing these things, we know it. Are we sincere to ourselves? And then we expect our leaders to be sincere to us. How? At their level, how sincere are they to the task before them? The one of, try and get a first degree. How sincere are they? Why am I saying this? I teach history, and we're here doing everything history. If they look at their lives, let's assume you're in 400 level, you look at your journey from year 1 to year 4. Can you be sincere about that journey? Can you take responsibility for the mistakes you have made along that journey? Or do you keep blaming other people? When you begin to take responsibility for yourself, why won't there be a future? But when you keep blaming other people, it is that teacher that is wrong. It is that teacher that has refused to pass you. Meanwhile, you did not make effort. Meanwhile, you did not do anything. Now, they are teaching you, you're not listening. What do you expect? How is this history we are passing to you? How will it be sustained? I think that, it's something that we just need to sit down and they need to tell themselves the truth. What's my stake? What do I want to give? What do I want to take? In all this, what have I come to do? When they are a bit sincere with themselves, I think that if she's sincere, he's sincere, that's change on its own.
Yeah.
And then we come together and say, look, henceforth, this is me. Change is growing.
Yeah.
That's what I can say. Thank you.
Wow, thank you very much, Ma. That was very insightful. And I hope we're listening. So, Reverend, what do you think, looking at this whole situation, your hope for the future and the word you have for our young people here today?
I think, like as my colleague has said, there is hope for the young people. And I think history can help to rekindle and strengthen that hope. Sometimes when you hear of the achievement of heroes past, some of the things they did at 23 years, 24 years, because we are looking at the role of history, how when you see somebody that was 23, 24, was already a regional premier and this kind of a thing. So it can spoil you up. You want to be like that person. You can ignore what happened between the gap from maybe 1960 to this point and look back at when they were fighting for the independence itself. At that point, everybody, they were speaking the same language. This issue of ethnicity was not so high. They still had, but it was not so high. All of them were fighting a common goal. And so if the young people close their eyes to the things that divide us, those things that divide us are not necessarily important. They are not. When I was in UK, we were 4 in our class. 2 of us were from the south, and the other 2 were from the north. And when we were walking, except when we want to go to our church, when they go to their mosque, that was the thing that separated us. So in a strange land, we see ourselves as one people. When we come here, we come and fight. Why should we fight? When we've seen ourselves, we are still talking with ourselves. The other one was from River State, the one that was from the south. The other one, Borno State. And the other one was, I think, Kaduna. That one should be a major general now because he was a lieutenant colonel while we were in the UK there. So you see us, you just say the Nigerians. In fact, they point some lectures, they will say, this one is for those from Nigeria. You see the European people will just walk out of the class. Maybe because of the technology, that we didn't have technology to meet up what they had if we come back. So they have to come back to our own level, that when we come back, we can apply. And at that point, you see the tutorial people are Nigerians doing PhD, coming to assist us. All of us there, most of them were from the north and from the south. When I had challenge, I called the northern person, and he was there helping me. He would tell me, don't follow these people, they will not show you anything, because they will look at you as, so I would just be, he said, just follow. He was advising me, but when we come here, why should we see ourselves as different people? So when we remember the heroes, not the one that took place between the 1966 and now, those people are not our heroes. Yeah, no. We shouldn't copy them. But there are people who are our real heroes, who fought for independence, they were won. You heard of those riots they were talking about. It was because we were fighting collectively as a people. So there is hope for the future. You saw what happened in NSAS. You saw the young people come together and say they want to take back our country. So I believe that, like she has also said, if individually we begin to look at ourselves and ensure that we are sincere to ourselves, and that if I'm sincere, I should be sincere to the other person also, we forge ahead, and this country will be what we all desire. Thank you.
Wow, thank you very much, sir. Okay, Mr. Charles, I'm going to digress a bit. You know, we had a sham election in 2007, one of the worst in our history. Even the person that won the election admitted publicly that the election that brought him to power was problematic. Now, in 2023, we just finished an election where young people came out in their masses. Some stayed on long queues to get their PVC, and we went out on the day of election to vote. Even some people in some states were melted with a lot of election violence because of the choice of their candidate. And now the whole thing played out. INEC actually did not keep to their own guidelines, and now the courts. All these things are history that is shaping the future. Looking at all those things, what does those history speak to our future? Is it hope? And what will you have to tell? I believe there are people, young people like this who also participated. What will you have to tell them? Because some people's hope are going down.
Thank you very much. If I want to speak like a historian, I'll still have to go memory lane.
Okay.
You know, to the mid-1960s. You know, we could recall the federal election and the turbulence that emanated from it. You know, that's where the concept of the Wild West came into the Nigerian diction. And we know the aftermath, you know, of the instability, in the Southwest. Of course, those were directly related, to the emergence of, the first school that disrupted, our democracy. And same could be said of the elections that the Shehu Shagari regime, also conducted. It was based on the context of the irregularities in the elections that Buhari summoned the courage, to intervene and then sack that regime. And surprisingly, we've had, same elections that were not credible. 2007 till present, we don't even have the data. They said Obasanjo won. We don't know, INEC is yet to publish, the data, on its website, and elsewhere. So that's how bad it was. And not as if the situation has changed. Well, we could say the 2015 election was a bit credible because an incumbent, lost the election. But what can we say of 2019? What can we say, of 2023? Well, there is elasticity. There is a limit to which, a people can, endure certain things. And I believe, the 2023 experience, presented, that scenario. We saw millions of, youths, for the first time registering, to vote. They were very, very confident that the system will not disappoint them. But unfortunately, things turned out the way they did. I'm not a judge. I'm not part of the tribunal. I don't have the hard facts to say that, the person that won did not win, or the person that claimed to have won actually won. But then there's this wide sense of public opinion that oftentimes, give a fair idea of what, a political environment at the time is. Someone was declared a winner by the tribunal, and you barely see celebration, no post, that kind. The environment was still very calm, so you may, infer that that judgment may not have reflected the, wishes, of the people. But then what can you do? Now we talk about the consequence, of that kind of action. Number one, that excitement, is no longer there. There are a lot of youth that may not want participate in electioneering process in the next, coming years, because there is this sense of believe that their vote may not really count, and it's very terrible.
Yeah.
Because our confidence in the institutions that are supposed to facilitate a democratic transition process is becoming low, and it's something we shouldn't take lightly. But people do not really understand the impact or the danger of what is going on. But at the same time, if I were to have been in a coma and then just wake up to realize that something like NSAS happened in 2020, I wouldn't have believed it. If also I was in coma and I woke up to realize that something like obedient movement happened, incorporating youths from every part of the country, honestly, I won't believe. Because as a historian, I know the kind of tension, the kind of suspicion, and the kind of hatred that is embedded, especially among the three major groups in Nigeria. So when I saw the votes, even with the disputed nature of the result that came from the Northwest, the Southwest, for one particular candidate that comes from a region that, we've never seen that kind of thing before.
Yeah.
So it gives me hope. But then the danger, the real danger is, will the momentum, be sustained? Would we have this kind of vanguard that can mobilize this kind of popular support again? Because that is the only way we can, defeat the system. The system is so ingrained that, we think we are at their mercy. But all that is left now is for them to make one simple mistake, which, we are seeing, some levels of mistakes, although the court is yet to build on them and then, give us a judgment that we would think is a people's judgment. So I encourage the youth, to fight on, or encourage them, to keep fighting. Nothing good comes, easily. It will still look like a joke, and one day it happens. Yeah. Nigeria can be saved. There is a future, and we are working towards, ensuring that that future is the one we shall witness.
Wow.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And finally, Dr. Patrick, what is your final word to these young people? What do you have to say to them historically as well?
Well, to every young man and woman in this hall, we all have a responsibility to building a Nigeria of our dreams. In my whether formal or informal interactions with my students, I keep telling them, you have a role to play. Matthew Umbu was a star boy minister in Nigeria in his 20s, whereas I teach students who are even older than me. I tell them, the last class I had, I told one, I said, look, you are about 30-something. You are graduating in the next few weeks into a wall of hopelessness. That is the truth. That is the truth. You are going into a wall of hopelessness. The defining factor there lies in your hands. Like other colleagues have said, are you sincere with the process? You want to be like Elumelu. That is a success story. Have you forgotten? Each time you want to enjoy a promo from MTN or Airtel, they say terms and conditions apply. Why not study the processes? The times have changed, yes. But what is your attitude towards success? So, one of the ways in which the youth can be part of this nation-building discourse is why we are here. And I thank the organizers of this event, though I'm not giving a vote of thanks, because from my interactions with them yesterday, I discovered that none of them is from the Department of History. None of them studied history. The closest is from philosophy. For them to have thought of this, I think those of you who are students of history or history-related, In short, everybody here is a student of history. And as such, we must close rank. Anybody that feels you must come from my place before I help you, before I attend to you, is a wicked fellow. We must preach Nigeria.
Yeah.
The participants are from different geopolitical zones, different ethnicities sitting together. They are not fighting.
Yeah.
Don't allow the political ruiners of this country divide you. They come home with dividing tales. Do you know that I'm supposed to be the president of this country? They have skimmed me out of political relevance. They come and incite you. The youths, Nigerian youths, are both purveyors and victims of violence. The time has come for us to say enough is enough. Let us not allow the temple to wane. Let us build, as we have in our electoral history, that every election cycle records incremental stages of violence. Let us also match their electoral malfeasance with our collective resolve for a better Nigeria. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much, sir. Please, let's put a round of applause for our panelists as they go back to their seats. Thank you so much. That was a very insightful conversation, and you guys have heard it all. You have to be very sincere to yourself, take responsibility, and at the end, there is hope for the future of our country. At this point, we go on a very short break, and when we come back, we will invite the executive director of the RHF, that's Restored Heart Foundation, the organization that is hosting this competition, to come and give the closing remarks, and then we announce the results, right? So stay tuned. Let's go. We'll be back.
Young Historian Competition, the keeper of African history.
Looking at the past we're coming from tells us who we are, where we're going to, just the struggles, all the battles and the pain. We're in the fatherland, right where we belong. Let's take a journey back there to where it all began. Let's know the history of a great Nigeria. We're like a strong tree with roots so thick and deep. We know who we are, we know where we're from.
Arise, O compatriots, young historians, tell me the story now. Our history is our pride, diverse in culture. Yes, we are the future.
As we have read all the stories written down by all our elders, we will tell all the tales to our younger generation. We're like a strong tree with roots so thick and deep. We know who we are, we know where we're from.
Arise, O compatriots, young historians, tell me the story now. Our history is our pride,
Young Historian Competition, the keeper of African history.
Looking at the past we're coming from tells us who we are, where we're going to, the struggles, all the battles and the pain. We're in the fatherland, right where we belong. Let's take a journey back there to where it all began. Let's know the history of a great Nigeria. We're like a strong tree with roots so thick and deep. We know who we are, we know where we're from.
Arise, O compatriots, young historians, tell me the story now. Our history is our pride. Diverse in culture, yes, we are the future.
As we have read all the stories written down by all our elders, we will tell all the tales to our younger generation. We're like a strong tree with roots so thick and deep. We know who we are, we know where we're from.
Arise, O compatriots, young historians, tell me the story now. Our history is our pride. Diverse in culture, yes, we are the future. Arise, O compatriots, young historians, tell me the story now. Our history is our pride. Diverse in culture, yes, we are the future. Arise, O compatriots, young historians, tell me the story now. Diverse in culture, yes, we are the future.
Young Historian Competition, the keeper of African history.
To all the participants for getting this far. You have shown an in-depth knowledge of some of the issues that has formed our identity as a nation. I want you to remember all that you are winners today, and you have contributed immensely in enriching our understanding of the past. I charge you to continue exploring the depths of history, to seek out untold stories, and never to stop questioning. I also want to urge us all as future leaders to remember the famous quote by George Santayana, which states, "Those who cannot remember the past are condemned to repeat it." For us to remain change makers our generation deserves, we must continue to immerse ourselves in our rich and diverse history. To the judges, we appreciate the time you've taken from your busy schedules to honor our invitation and the great insights you have shown here today. To the amazing host, University of Calabar, led by the SUG president and his vice, we want to say a very big thank you to you for ensuring the success of today's event. I also want to say special appreciation to our sponsors, Fulton Marine Services, Alex Carries Gas Limited, DG Piper, and Career Paddy. Thank you for ensuring the success of today's event. And to the amazing team at the Resort Heart Foundation, your tireless support and relentless effort in ensuring an amazing event is unparalleled. Thank you all, and God bless us all.
A round of applause for our ED once again. Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay. How has the event been so far? Amazing, right? Have you learned anything? You've learned so much, right? And I really want to appreciate every one of you for staying up to this point, right? It shows how hungry you are to learn, and that's the way forward, right? So thank you so much. Please don't forget to follow us. If you are following us already, can I see your hand? Wow, wow, that's amazing. Thank you guys. Thank you, Unical. You guys are so amazing. So they are putting together the results now. Just very shortly, we are going to announce the results and we'll call it a day. But then we'll continue to enjoy the music until we come back.
Yo, what's up, you all? My name is Young Born, and right now you're rocking with a cop to the superstar DJ Hepyo. Yo, be the music is sweet and the DJ the player. Now then he was
Right where we belong. Let's take a journey back there to where it all began. Let's know the history of a great Nigeria. We're like a strong tree with roots so thick and deep. We know who we are. We know where we're from.
Arise, oh compatriots, young historians, tell me the story now. Our history is our pride. Diverse in culture, yes, we are the future.
As we have read all the stories written down by all our elders, we will tell all the tales to our younger generation. We're like a strong tree with roots so thick and deep. We know who we are. We know where we're from.
Arise, oh compatriots, young historians, tell me the story now. Our history is our pride. Diverse in culture, yes, we are the future. Arise, oh compatriots, young historians, tell me the story now. Our history is our pride. Diverse in culture, yes, we are the future. Arise, oh compatriots, young historians, tell me the story now. Diverse in culture, yes, we are the future.
Young Historian Competition, the keeper of African history.
Looking at the past we're coming from tells us who we are, where we're going to, the struggles, all the battles and the pain. We're in a fatherland, right where we belong. Let's take a journey back there to where it all began. Let's know the history of a great Nigeria. We're like a strong tree with roots so thick and deep. We know who we are. We know where we're from.
Arise, oh compatriots, young historians, tell me the story now. Our history is our pride. Diverse in culture, yes, we are the future.
As we have read all the
the keeper of African history.
Looking at the past we're coming from tells us who we are, where we're going to, the struggles, all the battles and the pain. We're in the fatherland, right where we belong. Let's take a journey back there to where it all began. Let's know the history of a great Nigeria. We're like a strong tree with roots so thick and deep. We know who we are, we know where we're from.
Arise, O compatriots, young historians, tell me the story now. Our history is our pride, diverse in culture. Yes, we are the future.
As we have read all the stories written down by all our elders, we will tell all the tales to our younger generation. We're like a strong tree with roots so thick and deep. We know
If everything I heard about Unical is great, and I'm just feeling it. Unical is awesome. I'm going back with a lot of good testimonies, right? Okay, right now we are going to make welcome Vanessa Apwelan. Vanessa is in the Monitoring and Evaluation, Accountability and Learning Department of Restored Heart Foundation. So she's going to be explaining the rules and all the criteria for the judgment of today. So put your hands together for Vanessa. Come on, maintain the energy. I know they fall my hands.
Of the greatest Nigerian students, I want to talk. I want to articulate. I want to shh. All right. Okay. My name is Vanessa Apellan. I work in the Restored Heart Foundation in the Monitoring and Evaluation, Accountability and Learning Department. So I will be explaining the scoring system used for judging today. Just like earlier mentioned, the judges had 80 and the audience had 20%. Now, for the judges, these were the criteria used to judge and the scores. The depth of research, which had 40 points, presentation, 10, confidence level, 5, time management, 5, and defense, 5. So if you add that together, it makes a total of 80. And the audience had a percentage of 20% to vote online. Okay, let me take you guys down a little mathematics lane to explain this a little further. Concerning the depth of research, I would also like to add that what made up that 40 points is their research paper, which took 10 points. Their introduction had 5 points. The abstract, 5 points. The definition, 5 points. The theories, 5 points. And the reference, 5 points, as well as the conclusion making up the 5 points. Now, how did we get a total of 80 for each participant? Now, we had a number of 4 judges, so that means the total scores for each judge, by each participant was added together. So now, meaning that for a particular participant, the 4 judges scored. Now, a total of all the 4 judges' scores for that particular participant divided by 4 would be making up that 80 points for that participant. Now, moving on to the 20% for the online votes. The online votes had a total of 1,699 people actually voted online. So now, to be able to get the aggregate for each participant, that would be the number of votes that participant had divided by 1,699 times 20. That will be what will make up the 20%. So for the participants, each of them, I will just be reading out their scores before we announce the final winner. For Burial, from the judges, after the total aggregation, she had a total of 51 over 80. From the judges, for Abdulmalik Isa Abubakar, 54.5. For Luke Idou Daramola, 45. For Alex Olajide, 47.25. For Rose Toyo John, 64.25. And for Joy Olawatoyin Adeboye, 64.5. Now, for the online votes, I would also be reading it in the same order. After the total aggregation, the total votes for Burial was 1.0. For Abdulmalik Abubakar Isa, 1.2. For Luke Ido Daramola, 7.8. For Alex Olajide, 3.5. And for Rose Toyo John, 3.1. And for Joy Olawatoyin Adeboye, 3.2. Now you can actually go online to see the total number of votes by each participant. That's how they got it online on our YouTube page. I'm actually reading out the aggregation. Like after calculating the 20%, this is the aggregate that they got. So now I'll be calling on the host, Godson, to announce the winners, moving on to the next round. Thank you.
Young historian competition. Young historian competition. Keeper of the African history. Okay, want to say very big congratulations to all the participants, particularly for getting to this stage. It's been a long journey from 2,300 and something persons, applications, and now 6. That's been a long journey. I want to say we are very proud of you. And like our ED said, everybody is a winner. There are no losers today, right? Both those that are going to be moving to the next stage of the competition and the two that will be going home. You've tried, you've given your best. And the most important thing is that you've invested time and knowledge. You've gained knowledge. And I want you guys to continue to be ambassadors of history anywhere you find yourself, right? Because we are all change agents. Okay, so at the end of the presentation, then combining the judges' scores and that of the audience, 4 of them made it to the next stage of the competition, and that's the semi-final stage and the best stage, right? So I'm going to call the names of the 4 participants that made it to the next stage. Okay. All right. We have Abdulmalik Isa Abubakar. Congratulations. You made it to the next stage of the competition. Thank you. Thank you. We have Luke Ido Daramola. Congratulations. You made it to the next stage of the competition. And we have Rose John. Congratulations, you made it to the next stage of the competition. But let me call out their scores. Abdul Malik Isa Abubakar scored after the whole aggregation. For the judges, he scored 54.5. And for the audience, he got 1.2 votes. That's a total of 55.2. Luke Idowu Daramola scored 45 from the judges. And from the audience, he scored 7.8 votes. And that's a total of 52.8. Rose Toye John scored 64.2325 from the judges and 3.1 from the audience. That's a total of 67.35. And we have the final person, Joy Oluwatoyin Adeboye. Okay. I've mentioned it. Joy Oluwatoyin scored 64.5 from the judges plus 3.2 from the audience, making it 67.7, right? So these four participants made it to the next stage of the competition. And Berry Ekwere scored 51 from the judges plus 1.0 from the audience, that's 52. Unfortunately, she didn't make it to the next stage. And Alex Olajide scored 47.25 from the judges plus 3.25, which is equal 50.75. And unfortunately, he didn't make it to the next stage. But congratulations to the four of you that made it to the next stage. Congratulations, all of you. You guys have put in your best. I'm so proud of you guys. And I hope that the future has a lot to do for all of you. Let's have a song as they go back. Give us a song, a dancing song. Congratulations, guys. See you in University of Nigeria and Soka.
I be like Nepa Bill. I never since, I never miss. I've been smashing, I've been killing everything. From Ikeja to Ojuele.
Thank you very much, Unicao. Thank you, Unicao. And I'm looking forward to you guys joining us online at University of Nigeria and Soka.
Yes, we are the future. As we have read all the stories written down by all our elders, we will tell all the tales to our younger generation. We're like a strong tree with roots so thick and deep. We know who we are. We know where we're from.
Arise, oh compatriots, young historians, tell me the story now. Our history is our pride. Diverse in culture, yes, we are the future. Arise, oh compatriots, young historians, tell me the story now. Our history is our pride. Diverse in culture, yes, we are the future. Arise, oh compatriots, young historians, tell me the story now. Diverse in culture, yes, we are the future.
Young Historian Competition, the keeper of African history.
Looking at the past we're coming from tells us who we are, where we're going to, through the struggles, all the battles and the pain. We're in the fatherland, right where we belong. Let's take a journey back there to where it all began. Let's know the history of a great Nigeria. We're like a strong tree with roots so thick